Good morning. Call the meeting to order. Do we have any substitutions? Blanc for Burke. Great, thank you. Is it the pleasure of the committee to take into consideration Bill number 4, an act to amend the Public Works Act? For yea? Against nay? Carried. Minister, do you have any opening comments?
I do not. I'd rather just get right into having my staff come in, and then I can provide a few opening comments, and then we'll get right into questions. And I'm probably supposed to stand when I say this, so bear with me, I'm new.
Perfect.
All right.
Staff in? That'd be great. I guess we'll get started. Mr. You have some opening remarks? Okay.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. As I said in my second reading speech, this is an effort to expedite the process and really remove a lot of red tape to move surplus properties and things of that nature out of our inventory so that we can get it out in the public domain and have more development, especially now in a housing crisis. I want to welcome Karen Sutherland here. She's the Director of Policy and Legislative Changes, I guess, for lack of a better term, in the Department of DTI. So without further ado, Mr. Chair, I'd be welcome to take some questions from my honourable colleagues.
Member from Victoria La Vallée.
Geez, you almost called me minister. That was I think you're a very forward-thinking chair, so I thank you for that. A lot of my questions are really around process. I'm kind of new to being critic to DTI as well, so I'd like to understand a little bit of the process. Could you maybe just explain to me how does a property become a surplus property?
Thank you for our maiden question. We're on our maiden voyage here from our critic, as well as myself. We're both a little fresh at this, so I do appreciate that. So basically, surplus properties come into the possession of DTI, and there is a longer process, but the basic, I guess, way that properties default is by unpaid property taxes. And when you don't pay your property taxes over a certain number of years, and I couldn't tell you the Finance and Treasury Board process, but the landowner would get sent a certain number of registered letters warning them, and then it would be taken in. It goes to a tax sale. If it doesn't sell in a tax sale, then it gets transferred to DTI as a surplus property. Then DTI, under our legislation, has that ability to market or dispose of the property to the public or other departments that may be interested. And there is a process of, I guess, a pecking order. I think that we have to ask other departments in government if they're interested in the property. Then we go to a municipality to see if they're interested in a property. And then we go on out to nonprofits, and then, you know, and then we're open to offers. So that's a long, convoluted process. It can be. And we want to build this piece of it so that we can open it up to disposing of properties that come into our ownership, I guess, quicker to the general population. We also end up with properties or take ownership of properties that other government departments no longer deem as necessary for their use, and they become surplus and get turned over to the Department of Transportation Infrastructure, obviously, because we are the placeholder for all government properties, and then it goes through that process again. So if we want to get into a more in-depth discussion on the actualities of how Finance and Treasury Board handle that, we can do that. But I think we're probably all familiar with the, I don't want to diss anybody, but just the issues around that process and how it's so convoluted for even the normal developer out there that wants to get a hold of a property and develop it and use it for constructive use. So I hope that answers your question, member.
Yeah, it kind of answers my question. I guess my next question would be around determining the value of a surplus property. I know that when properties go to tax sale, oftentimes there's I guess what we'd call a minimum bid attached to them. And if they don't achieve that, then it goes to DTI as surplus properties. So how would DTI determine what price tag to put on a property? Do they do the same as finance and say, well, we're going to go after the appraised value, or do they try to maybe create a little bit of a bargain basement type of atmosphere where they can move it a little faster?
Right. So basically, member, on the FTB side, on the Financial Treasury Board side, I do know that I think they want to look for whatever taxes are owed to them, but I can't really get into their process. But when it does come back to us, we have the process of appraising properties. So we do an appraisal of what those properties are to get a real, I guess, a market value on what we should ask for, or give a base price of what we would take bids on or offers on at the department. So another part of this bill I wanted to point out, and I'm sure you probably have questions on it, but I'll touch on it now. So we want to give the ability to individuals holding a Canadian residential appraiser certification to also appraise these properties, because we know that appraisers, just like surveyors and other trades, are becoming a field where the manpower isn't there and the resources. So we're going to open this up so we can get more people on board to help us appraise these properties, so that backlog doesn't remain in place and we can just do our best to move these properties on.
Yeah, I do have some questions on that, but I'm gonna get to them eventually here. What sort of timeline is there to move a surplus property? I mean, are you going to hold it indefinitely, or is it get to the point where, as you see in retail, it gets reduced in price, and it gets reduced in price because it's just not moving. I mean, how long does DTI hold on to a property before eventually they say, okay, we've got to cut our losses here and lower the price on this property? Is there specific timelines around how long?
Mr. Chair, through you to the member, there really is no set timeline or a deadline of which to dispose of property, and there could be, and I think like you, I want to see properties get out into the public domain quicker. But there is a few stumbling blocks, and there's different reasons why some properties sit and can never get resolved. And some of them would be easement issues or access issues or other legalities around certain properties. Maybe they're landlocked type of thing, and it's very difficult for them to be of good use for somebody that wants to develop them. So they do sit. I do know that my goal here with this and the department's goal with these changes is to really to do our due diligence properly, to make sure that the checks and the boxes can be checked to dispose of a property, but really get them going and get them out. We know with the housing crisis and developers really want to get working, developing properties. That our goal here is to move as many properties as we can in a short amount of time with the resources we have. We also have manpower issues and resource issues inside the department, which makes the workload heavier on the people that are in there trying to do this. But if there's any way possible that we can open these properties up and make them accessible, then that's the goal.
Oh, I do, look at the website once in a while to see what surplus properties are available in my area, and they always seem to have a price attached to them. Is there any time where you put something out and it's like basically on a tender basis where you're asking people to bid on a specific property? Does that happen?
Basically, member, we don't do, for the most part, tendering on surplus properties, but we put them, as you see, on the site. They're open to bids or open to offers, and we take those into consideration. And being new here, I'm not sure how in depth we go with those conversations with people that make the offers, but I would like to really see us get into real good discussions with people that are interested in properties and move them. But we don't do, for the most part, a tendering process on the surplus properties. We just leave them open to bids and go with that. I think there's probably opportunities where I do see advertisements now and then in the paper that there's surplus properties. I see on the Facebook pages of the government that they advertise the surplus properties, but I think there should be an effort, or there could be an effort, at least on my part, my colleagues and yours, to really see if we can push these out into the public domain and have really good conversations on those properties and see if we can move more in a shorter period of time. Appreciate that question.
Just as a point of clarification, so they are advertised at a specific price, but the department is open to offers and may consider an offer lower than the advertised price. Is that basically, is that clear enough, or is that what you're saying?
You, Mr. Chair, we would entertain offers on properties, and if obviously if something's reasonable, so that Finance and Treasury Board can recover their funds on unpaid taxes, and we would be open to those discussions for the most part. Yeah.
Thank you for that. My next questions are around the actual definition of public work. Public work means all lands, buildings, and other structures belonging to the Crown in right of the province, except lands or buildings or other structures that are under the administration of a minister other than the minister, or under the administration of another agent of the Crown in right of the province by another act. So basically, anything that's under DTI is considered public works. So then there's a process of, if a school gets closed, then there must be a process to make that a public work. Can you kind of maybe clarify that for me?
Right. Excellent question, member. So currently, obviously, the Education Act speaks to the schools themselves and how they are designated as a surplus. But so it's actually the District Education Council that at all times, and I'll read just some of the wording from Section 45.2. They have management, care, and control of all school property in the school district for which the District Education Council is established until such time as the school property is declared surplus by the District Education Council. So once they declare it surplus, then they transfer it over us, and then we can go through the process. Another piece that we're changing here in this legislation, we want to have the ability that as soon as we know that the District Education Council is going to get to start the process of surplus, we want to give ourselves the ability to start marketing those properties to those stakeholders that I've spoke about earlier. I think we all know that the process can take years. Basically, you got a 409 process perhaps that you go through with the Education Council to get that school unused or replaced or rationalize, whatever you want to call it. So we want to have the ability that as soon as they give us a signal that they're going to go through the process of transferring that over, we want to start marketing that to our stakeholders. Could cut down a couple years on the process. I find it, I don't know if irritating would be the word, but it is kind of discouraging when we see properties sit under our control. We're heating them, we're maintaining them through the winters, when we really should be out trying to move these properties and get them into the hands of people that want to do something with them. So that's kind of what we're doing there. But that's, in the long and the short of it, that's the process. The DEC declares it surplus, and then it comes over to us, I guess, to simplify it.
Yeah, so that kind of makes sense. You'd hopefully your hope or your wish would be to actually have the property sold before it even gets to you, so that when it does, you just finish the transaction, and then, like you say, it wouldn't sit idle and be, subject to vandalism and all sorts of squatters and whatever. So yeah, that does kind of make sense. Why is the Minister of Natural Resources and Energy Development separated out in the accept clause? So that would be accept clause number 4, Crown lands, buildings, or other structures under the administration of natural resources and energy development. Why are they separated out?
That's actually a pretty good question, member, and this is a piece that's been in the legislation since it was written many years ago, I think. So we're waiting for some clarification from DNR on what the history of that is. I'm sure there's a history or an anecdote around why they would put that in there, much the same as you know, different public inquiries and Coroner's Act. There's little nuances in a lot of those that it's a history thing. So we're going to wait and get some clarification on that piece for you, and because I'd be interested to know as well, is it because DNR is responsible for certain campgrounds that they lease out? Is it their DNR buildings, because there's, I guess, what we call ranger stations around in different places? So I want to get some clarification on that for you as well, and hopefully by the time we have our session completed here today, I'll have an answer for you.
Well, thank you. It was really just a point of curiosity, so I just wondering why. I have a few more questions, and one would be around the whole appraisal aspect of it. So currently you're not using Canadian residential appraisers, but the plan is to bring them in, and so you've added them into the legislation. I would just like to maybe be assured that you're not going to be using residential appraisers to appraise something like a vacant school or a commercial building. So are they being brought into this just so that you can get the residential buildings appraised quickly? Would that be it? Or are they going to be used to do commercial buildings as well?
Name. I almost said your name. I'm sure the chair here would probably scold me for that. But anyhow, member, yeah, exactly. A Canadian residential a real estate appraiser, I think that's the title. Sorry about that. There's a certain set of guidelines by which they have to work within when they appraise. And they have to be qualified, so they're only qualified to offer valuation and consulting services and expertise for individual, undeveloped residential dwelling sites and dwellings containing not more than 4 self-contained family housing units, so they could get up to as high as a 4-plex, basically, to evaluate. And then once you get into the bigger commercial properties, like you say, we have to expand into that other field. So that's I think your assumption's correct, and your worries are quelled.
I thank you very much for your generosity in that answer. Yeah, no, I just wanted to be sure of that, and you have quelled my worries, so I appreciate that. I don't have a whole lot of other questions left. There's just one around, one or a few questions, I guess, but one would be around the reporting process. You're currently reporting, if I understand right, twice a year to Cabinet on the sale of properties, and you want to bring that to once a year. What is the reasoning behind reporting all of this to Cabinet, and why would once a year be better than twice a year?
So basically, Through you, Mr. Chair, to the honourable member, it's really it's really to make it more efficient. And it doesn't sound like going once a year is more efficient than going every 6 months, but it does free up a little bit of time from our staff to prepare a one-year list, take it down as a MEC, as an information. Basically, it's an FYI or an information-only MEC to Cabinet and Executive Council. Currently, we have to do it within 30 days of the 6-month period. So let's, and that's based on a calendar year. So let's say on January the 1, well, we have to come in by the end of January to report the previous 6 months. Same thing in July. So if we come in July, we have to come in by the end of July with a report. So this way, we're going to align fiscally with April 1. And we're going to tell ourselves through this act that we have to be in Cabinet within 6 months to give them that yearly update. And it's basically an FYI because the properties are out and gone. It's an FYI to Cabinet and ECO. And I know when I was in Cabinet before, it was interesting to see where the properties had gone. It would give me an opportunity in my riding. If a property had gone out in my riding somewhere, I could check up with whoever purchased it or to see if the development was actually happening or if they were sitting on it, type of thing. So locally for me it was important, but that's kind of the FYI basis of it. But we want to just give ourselves that extra time instead of coming down every 6 months with a list. Let's just go down once a year, provide the FYI, and it can be done with what they please there at the ECO. So I appreciate the question, though.
Thank you very much, Minister, for that answer. I guess possibly my last question is around the valuation that you're putting down. From what I see before this bill, anything over $15,000 you had to pass through Cabinet to get approval to dispose of, and now you're proposing raising it to $95,000, and I can't imagine that $15,000 would have ever been sufficient. I mean, a postage stamp size piece of land would probably be valued at $15,000. And honestly, Minister, I'm just curious as to why the department landed on $95,000. It just seems to me that you're not, with the value of properties and the way it's going up now, I just find that you may have lowballed it there. So could you please maybe explain to me why $95,000?
Fully understand the question from the member opposite, Mr. Chair. We did look at different levels of thresholds to see, as we move that threshold up, how many properties would it affect, I guess, within the system. And once we got to the about 70 to 95% to maybe even to 100% The number of properties didn't really, I guess the number of properties that would apply didn't grow that much. It just jumped by a couple percent per increment of $5,000. But knowing what we know now about the market for property and the need for it here in New Brunswick, even though the market is kind of leveled off, our worth or appraised value of our properties does increase. So really the 95 was just based on a balance. Where did we think it was going to be the most advantageous for us as for the government, but at the same time keeping the oversight there of Executive Council and my colleagues, so that, you know, a minister at some point in time in the future or currently would have somebody would have the oversight to say, okay, you can't just go out and sell $1 million property or a $500 million or $500,000 property without the proper oversight of needing it to go to cabinet. So basically anything over, as you say, anything over those thresholds would have to come to cabinet. So that's kind of the threshold that we felt was the sweet spot, but we all know the markets these days on properties, and I guess if it's our goal to get as many of those surplus properties out into the public domain and have them developed, we have to be open to finding that sweet spot. So that's basically it.
Well, thank you very much, Minister. I think that in my mind, when you were having the discussions and you were discussing the bill, it takes a while to draft a bill. I think as you were discussing it, property prices were going up and going up substantially. And I honestly, and in discussions with some of my colleagues, we see surplus properties in our ridings that are priced over your threshold that we would like to see moved. And so I really think that you set the bar too low. So I'm actually going to do you a favor, Minister, and I'm going to propose an amendment to your bill. And the amendment would be as follows: Section 3, paragraph A, strike out 95,000 and substitute with 150,000. So that would be my amendment. Yeah.
It's been moved by the member from Victoria-Lavallee that Section 3, paragraph A, strike out 95,000 and substitute 150,000. I think we'll just take a couple of minute recess and take a 3-minute recess so the minister can take a look at this. Recess is over. All right, any questions? All right. Is it the pleasure of the committee to adopt the amendment? All those in favor, please say yea. Yea. Against, nay. Carried. All right, any further questions?
Questions,
Those are your questions.
Mr. Chair.
Great. Anyone else? Seeing no more questions, Minister, do you have any? Oh, Minister or member from Kent North. Everybody's a minister today.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci, bienvenue au ministre. Son premier projet de loi depuis qu'il a hérité de ce ministère. Bonjour à, j'allais pour dire tout le monde qui l'accompagne, mais la personne qui l'accompagne, absolument. Je veux faire du pouce un peu sur les questions de mon collègue. C'est des souliers qui sont grands à remplir, mais je vais faire de mon mieux. Puis moi, là où ce que je voulais faire du pouce, c'est au niveau, je crois que de l'article 7, non, c'est le 7e changement, article 34.2. Donc, j'aimerais juste que le ministre puisse nous préciser quelles sont les implications pour le ministère de l'Éducation. Quels sont les changements, quelles sont les implications, comment est-ce que la précision dans cette définition change le rôle ou peut avoir comme effet sur le ministère de l'Éducation et leur propriété.
Merci pour votre question à mon collègue. Basically, so this doesn't change any of the direction or the control or the management that the District Education Council has in their schools. What this will do for us and the process is as soon as they deem that they were going to go through the process of turning over their property to surplus to us, it gives us the ability to go into the school, start appraising, start the process of, are there any encroachments that have to be dealt with legally? So it really lets us get out ahead of the game. We'll also have to have an agreed upon date, obviously, that property will officially come over. So We're not changing any piece of the Education Act here with this. We're changing the process by which, or speeding up, or taking down the roadblocks, red tape if you want, in that process, just so we can get ahead of that transfer over to DTI, rather than, as you know, member, a property sitting, you know, collecting dust and rodents and getting dilapidated and or vandalized while we heat it and keep boarding the windows up through that process. So just gives us that little bit of a head start. Thank you for that question.
Merci au ministre à travers du président. Ça m'amène sur un enjeu particulier. Je pas nécessairement. On a une école dans notre communauté, nous autres, qui est en train de passer à travers ce processus-là, qui est extrêmement vandalisé, qui est devenu un endroit dangereux pour les gens de la communauté, pour les jeunes qui entrent par infraction à l'intérieur. Donc, je veux savoir comment est-ce que ce processus ici va aider à, s'il y a des changements de prévus qui vont aider avec des lieux qui sont problématiques. Puis, ce que je veux dire, c'est que, oui, des fois, il y a des endroits comme ça, des terrains surplus, qui sont vendus, mais si je prends l'exemple de l'école en particulier, l'école WF Pauvert à Rogersville, c'est aussi parce qu'il y a de l'asbestos dans les murs. C'est un endroit qui n'est pas facile à gérer. Et donc, est-ce que je ne semble pas voir que ce projet de loi ici va aider, mais peut-être le ministre peut, parce qu'on parle quand même du même sujet, peut parler du processus, dans le fond, pour arriver à défaire un endroit comme ça. Est-ce qu'il y a des budgets disponibles pour, avant de mettre en vente, qu'on se débarrasse du problème qui est un bâtiment avec de l'asbestos dedans qui va, dans le fond, devenir un plus grand boulet sur la personne qui la jette, beaucoup plus qu'un bon deal, disons, entre parenthèses. Donc, je voudrais juste entendre le ministre sur cette question-là, s'il vous plaît.
Merci pour votre question. isn't that a frustrating thing when you have a school that's sitting there and your heart's telling you that you know that there's a need or a use for it. We're waiting for reports, and it seems to take way longer than it needs to. So basically, on our end of the process, we want to get in. Now, I'm not sure how long a member of your school's been sitting there, but I'd actually wouldn't mind sitting down and talking to you about it and understanding the file and see if there's what's going on. But we want to be able to get into those buildings before they're empty, understand what the remediation is required, have that at some point built into when the MEC goes down for capital, for replacement or whatever is the case. Sometimes we close 2 or 3 and build one K to 5, K to 8. I don't know what your case is there. But I think our piece of the puzzle at this point in what we're trying to fix is to be able to get in there early on, understand the asbestos issues, understand any encroachment issues. What kind of shape is the building actually in? Let's do an assessment so that the person that is looking at or interested in it, they know what are the issues here. So then they can make a good decision. Is this worth my while or is it not? And that's kind of it's been a pet peeve of mine for many years. When I was on that side, I was the critic of DTI, and we all know there's issues. So hopefully this helps out and we can get those buildings moved so they're empty as short a time as possible, because the longer they're empty, the less value they are to anyone, and I think we both agree that. So I actually would be interested, member, in talking about this one at some point, maybe over coffee or something like that, but I'd be open to that.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Let's set up that meeting anytime, with pleasure. Fait que ma prochaine question, encore sur le même sujet, là, si vous voulez, ça serait de savoir, est-ce qu'une municipalité est traitée de la même façon qu'un acheteur privé, surtout quand ça vient à des bâtiments qui sont zonés dans des zones institutionnelles, comme une vieille école, qui sont souvent des terrains qui sont entourés de d'autres institutions dans nos communautés. Ils sont souvent, ils peuvent être entourés d'infrastructures, de loisirs, peut-être d'une autre école, de terrains de jeu, de terrains de softball, etc., etc. Donc, est-ce qu'il y a un mécanisme qui prend en compte peut-être la nature institutionnelle ou communautaire d'une terre et donc qui traite, disons, un autre ordre de gouvernement, comme une municipalité, différemment qu'un acheteur privé qui veut peut-être arriver dans un terrain où un développement ne fonctionnerait pas nécessairement pour la communauté. Est-ce qu'il y a une prise en compte de ces facteurs-là dans vos décisions?
Just for clarification, are you speaking a property that a school's on, or any surplus property in general that would have recreation around it? So it doesn't have to be a school we're talking about, but any surplus property, and take into consideration what is around it before we allow a developer to take it for. We don't want a chemical plant in the playground or an asphalt plant in the playground type. I think that's what you're getting at. I'll clarify then. Thank you.
Oui, absolument. C'est ce que je veux dire. Une école est souvent, vous le savez, dans le cœur d'un village. Fait que c'est pour ça que j'ai usé ça comme un exemple. Mais ça pourrait être n'importe quel terrain, dans le fond, un surplus property qui se situe, dans le fond, autour de lieux communautaires, institutionnels, récréatifs. Ça pourrait être vraiment n'importe quel. Je ne parle pas spécifiquement d'une école. J'ai donné l'exemple d'une école parce que souvent les écoles sont au cœur de nos communautés.
You, Chair, to the member, it's actually a very interesting question, and one that I never really thought of, because basically we don't tell developers what to do or what they can't do with the property. And maybe the passing of information could or should be better. Maybe somebody comes along that wants to buy a property and they don't understand that they have to check the zoning bylaws in a municipality or an LSD, and what they actually can do with it until they're stuck with it. So we don't do that. We don't say you can or can't do this with the property. I think a lot of times we assume that they check what the bylaws are and how the process they need to go through. So we don't, member. Is there a way to do that and forewarn somebody that's looking? Probably, yeah, but we don't. There's nothing in our legislation that demands that happen.
Merci beaucoup pour la réponse. Je comprends ça. Je pense que ma question était plus virée sur le fait, c'est est-ce que vous prenez en compte qu'il y a une autre valeur pour la communauté à cette terre-là? On va prendre l'exemple d'une école, parce que ça se trouve souvent dans les cœurs de nos communautés. Disons qu'il y a une école qui est entourée d'institutions. Elle vaut peut-être 150 000. Mais 150 000 peut être un gros prix à payer pour une municipalité. Mais cette terre-là a une beaucoup plus grande valeur qu'elle demeure institutionnelle et qu'elle continue de faire partie du cœur du village. Et donc, ma question est plutôt, est-ce que vous prenez en compte cette valeur non monétaire-là qu'une terre peut avoir pour une communauté lorsque vous prenez la décision d'évaluer et non seulement dire « Ah, elle est évaluée à ce prix-là, la municipalité doit payer ce prix-là, sinon on va l'offrir à des particuliers. » Puis ensuite, on sait ce que ça va créer. Ça va créer des conflits entre la municipalité qui ne veut pas changer le zonage et un développeur qui a acheté une propriété, qui a une idée, qui veut rentabiliser son investissement.
Mr. Chair, through you, to the member opposite. Again, merci pour votre question. It's very important information that sometimes not everybody knows or whatever, but So we do offer it to another minister, another department, and before we do sell it to, for lack of a better word, a public entity, a private organization, I guess, we do go and offer to sell it up to, so this is important, an amount up to the cost, appraised or book value of the public work to a charitable, religious, or nonprofit organization, another local government, a government of another province or territory, and the government of Canada, or a corporation or agency. So that's at the point in time where we want to see their business plan, because we also, on the other side of it, we want to make sure that if we do have a private developer out there, that the business plan from the other government entities is actually worth letting them have it before we get it out into the public. Because sometimes we know that a public nonprofit or a developer can move pretty quick with a development rather than another level of government. But we do, because we all understand the social value of these properties at some point in time, especially in those areas. Maybe you want to build a new community center or rec center in those areas, and if a local government wants to do that, or maybe a low-income housing or a housing nonprofit, I think about in the north end of St. John. One Change is down there, and they've got some great ideas on how they can develop their communities over in the north end for housing, and it's a compact neighborhood. Everybody's in walking distance to the rec center, to the school, to the playgrounds, and if we can work with those people with a real good social business plan, and I think, I'm not even sure you could put a formula around what a real good social business plan is, but we understand what the value is. So we do take those things into consideration when we talk to the local governments, and with that example, One Change, like the City of St. John would partner with One Change, who is a nonprofit that really know how to get the capital to develop those. So absolutely, that is the case.
Excellent. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le ministre, à travers du président. Ça peut être du développement social, comme tu dis, mais ça peut aussi être un espace vert pour la communauté. Ça peut être un parc, ça peut être une valeur environnementale, etc., etc. Fait qu'il y a plusieurs options. Je suis content d'entendre ça. Je comprends le up to, qui est une nuance importante. Et donc, moi, c'est toutes les questions que j'avais là-dessus. Pour une rencontre, Monsieur le ministre, je vais demander à my team to get in contact with your team. By my team, je veux dire moi. Fait que je t'envoie un courriel. Je t'envoie un courriel assez rapidement. Au plaisir. Merci beaucoup.
Recognize the member from Edmonton, Madawaska Centre. Sorry.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai compris, mon collègue d'à côté, c'est quand même une équipe. Hein? On est une équipe individuellement. Donc, mais je tiens aussi, une des raisons pourquoi je me lève pour poser quelques questions, ça va ensuite à mon collègue de Kent Nord. Puis, j'écoutais certaines réponses du ministre tout à l'heure, puis il y a des éléments que j'aimerais voir si le ministre aurait des pistes de solutions. Inverse de la réponse qu'il nous a donnée. Je vais commencer avec le premier dossier, et puis je reviendrai un petit peu après pour ma deuxième question, mais je vais prendre l'exemple de l'ancien collège communautaire du Nouveau-Brunswick à Edmundston. Le ministre a bien mentionné, si j'ai bien compris, le ministère ne se mêle pas à savoir quel type de projet qui va avoir lieu. Donc, le ministère va vendre une propriété et puis après ça, il laisse libre au promoteur de faire son projet. Et si on recule un petit peu, l'ancien collège communautaire du Nouveau-Brunswick, l'ancien CCNB à Edmundston, a été quand même laissé aller pendant quelques temps. Donc, a commencé à être magané, à avoir des réparations majeures qui devaient avoir lieu. Et puis, il y a eu la vente. Tout le monde se disait, c'est un beau terrain, une belle propriété, ça va permettre de pouvoir redynamiser le secteur, Est-ce que ça sera du logement? Est-ce que ça sera autre développement intéressant qui va avoir lieu? On était dans l'espoir. On était dans l'espoir et tout le monde se disait, finalement, il y aura quelque chose d'intéressant qui va être fait avec ce beau bâtiment-là. Le problème qui est arrivé, c'est qu'il y a eu des travaux qui sont débutés à se demander qui est-ce qui maintenant est le propriétaire. Et puis, on se ramasse avec des vitres placardées avec du venir, le bâtiment qui tombe en ruine. Et puis, on s'aperçoit qu'il n'y a plus grand-chose qui se passe. Mais le défi, c'est que maintenant, il appartient à un propriétaire privé. J'aimerais savoir de la part du ministre, dans une telle situation, il ne serait pas mieux pour le ministère de s'assurer ou mettre des conditions qui vont faire en sorte qu'on n'arrivera pas à ce point de rupture-là, sans nécessairement exiger que le promoteur doit faire tel ou tel type de projet, mais tout de moins, s'ils sont en mesure de pouvoir acquérir un bâtiment à un coût qui est plus raisonnable que s'il avait à en construire un neuf, mais tout de moins s'assurer que le projet aura lieu, s'assurer que le promoteur a quand même les capacités de faire un projet et non pas seulement un achat pour de la spéculation. Là, aujourd'hui, ce n'est même pas de la spéculation, c'est un dossier qui est en ruine. Donc, j'aimerais entendre le ministre par rapport à ça, s'il croit que des étapes additionnelles devraient être faites pour s'assurer dans l'avenir qu'on n'a pas d'éléphants blancs de ce type-là qui se vendent à travers la province.
Basically, Mr. Chair, through you to the honourable member, the opportunity for sale that we see conditions that can be put in or can be received is through the RFP process. Otherwise, you know, we sell by advertised public tender or by a request for, or through the request for proposals, or by advertised public auction. Okay, there? Conducted at a local location in the province. So when we do the public auctions over on the courthouse steps, they just get sold outright. And I get your frustration because I think we probably all have a building like that in one of our ridings. And then, you know, we do the public tender piece, but through the RFP, I think that's where we can have the greater oversight on what kind of conditions are they offering that they will do by a certain amount of time. And I don't know in your particular case which process that went through. I'll offer you the same thing. We can get into some details on what are the holdups with these things and how do we get them off the table and get them moving, or put pressure on a developer that's purchased it to live up to maybe the expectations they gave before they bought it. I think that's the best answer I can give you on that today.
Parfait. Merci par vous, Monsieur le Président. Merci au ministre pour sa réponse. Et puis, oui, un certain temps, je pense que ce serait important d'avoir des discussions parce que lorsque de tels bâtiments deviennent quasiment, pour ne pas dire, des lieux inesthétiques, je comprends qu'il y a des critères par rapport aux lieux inesthétiques, mais ça deviendrait un fardeau encore plus énorme, soit sur la municipalité et ou au gouvernement provincial, d'être obligé, en plus, de corriger le fait que certaines personnes n'ont pas voulu ou ont décidé de ne pas faire de projet. Mais je peux comprendre aussi le point du ministre sur le fait que lorsque c'est vendu aux enchères, il n'y a pas de question. Mais je pense que ce sera ce que le ministre a mentionné sur le processus. Peut-être qu'il y a des choses à regarder, s'assurer aussi qu'on ne se ramasse pas avec des lieux inesthétiques, puis qu'on n'est pas capable de recouvrer les coûts. Imaginez la grandeur de l'ancien collège communautaire. S'il faudrait qu'il soit démoli parce que c'est un lieu inesthétique, c'est qui va payer la facture en bout de ligne? Et puis, on n'a encore aucun projet de mise sur la table. Donc, ça sera regardé. Mon deuxième point, c'est un petit peu similaire. Des fois, je me dis, je vais prendre l'exemple de l'école Sacré-Cœur à Edmundston, qui est aussi dans ma circonscription. Puis, je vais prendre ces deux exemples-là, mais on pourrait probablement parler de bien d'autres projets, là, bien d'autres situations. Mais cette école-là a été laissée aller pendant des décennies. On ne parle pas de 2 ans, 3 ans, 5 ans, c'est des décennies, plusieurs décennies. Donc, là, maintenant, on arrive avec un bâtiment qui a été mis sur le système pour vente, je crois que c'est peut-être juin, ou en tout cas cette année, finalement, qui a été mis sur le système. Mais là, on arrive avec des défis de contamination. Je n'irai pas dans les détails de contamination, du type de contamination, parce que je ne suis pas un expert dans le domaine, mais qu'est-ce qu'on m'a relaté, entre autres, des problèmes de contamination au niveau de moisissures, puis moisissures profondes, qui veut dire que ça pourrait être des centaines et des centaines de milliers de dollars pour remédier à la situation avant même de pouvoir débuter un projet. Donc, compte tenu de la situation de cet exemple-là, et ça, c'est encore là, ce n'est pas le seul exemple, depuis que j'ai été élu en 2018, j'ai vu, je vais utiliser le terme laxisme, il y a du laxisme afin de se départir de terrains, de bâtiments qui sont excédentaires. On a un processus en place, mais même une fois que le processus est en place pour dire est-ce qu'une municipalité, un autre ministère est intéressé, une municipalité est intéressée, il y a quand même un délai qui n'est pas acceptable. On arrive avec un bâtiment que mon collègue, probablement similaire un peu à ce que mon collègue parlait tantôt, puis qui pourrait peut-être être transformé en bâtiment, peut-être commerce de détail, peut-être locatif. On sait les problèmes du nombre de logements qui sont criants à travers la province. Mais lorsqu'on arrive, puis que sciemment, le ministère a niaisé le processus, je ne peux pas croire qu'il n'y a pas personne qui le savait. Là. Sciemment, non. Le ministère a niaisé le processus. Est-ce que le ministre croit qu'il devrait y avoir une certaine aide, malgré que le bâtiment est acheté? Ce n'est pas encore le cas, là, mais malgré que le bâtiment pourrait être acheté, est-ce que le ministre croit qu'il devrait y avoir une certaine aide pour tout de moins remettre un peu en état le bâtiment afin qu'il soit vraiment utilisable et non pas, encore là, avoir un autre ce bâtiment-là qui va encore rester là pendant des décennies, possiblement, et où le ministère ou la municipalité, dans ce cas-ci le ministère, parce que c'est le ministère qui est propriétaire, sera responsable de payer pour la démolition. Ce serait un sacrilège de démolir possiblement une bâtisse qu'on peut encore faire quelque chose avec sur un terrain qui est intéressant. En tout cas, donc, j'aimerais savoir de la part du ministre si, dans des situations comme celle-là, où est-ce que le ministère n'a pas agi, est-ce que le ministre croit qu'il devrait avoir un certain support pour un promoteur potentiel afin de transformer le bâtiment?
That's actually a great question. I guess part of, it's not on the funding side, but part of the reason why we're amending this act is so that we actually can get in there quicker, sooner, and start doing analysis of what exactly this building requires for a potential purchaser, potential buyer, to develop it or to renovate it. And the mixed housing piece is excellent, an excellent suggestion or alternative. I think we're seeing a real shift right now with programming coming on. I mean, Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor was in Moncton yesterday talking about injecting additional money for low housing renovations and things like that. So, and I know it is obviously with Minister Green being appointed Minister responsible for housing. She was there with Jeanette yesterday for that announcement. It is top of mind, and it looks like there's the taps will be open for those investments. On the housing piece, I mean, you could talk about, you know, if it's retail or whatnot, that we wouldn't have those buckets of money or funding abilities through DTI, but I think if we're serious, really serious about repurposing these buildings before they've crumbled down around us. You know, I visited a couple last week in the southern part that had been empty for, it was a school that was empty for, at least 5 years. You know, there've been a few people renting space in it here and there, but it's like a home. If you leave it empty, it's gonna dilapidate. So we don't look after those buckets of money, but I think the conversation needs to really be heightened on what are the alternatives and how do we keep moving this building through the process. I also truly believe that all 49 of us in here can play a role in that locally, because we know the areas, we know no matter which political party we come from. I think it's really important to get on the ground and talk to each one of us through the process and understand how can we help, because a lot of times we can help as far as connecting developers with government, finding out where the roadblocks are in the conversation. But as far as the buckets of money, we don't have them here, and I probably wouldn't be it wouldn't be very smart of me to suggest that we should do it, but somebody should do it, and I'm not saying it that way to kick it to somebody else's responsibility, but I just see it a great opportunity with the announcements lately on housing as we are in the crisis, and hopefully it's flexible enough that we can, the developers that develop these for housing perhaps, or mixed housing or mixed income housing, are able to access those buckets of money to get those moving. And I guess the next thing is, when a developer does come, where do they find the labor to help, which is another issue, and subsidies in that regard for payroll and things like that have to happen, and training So it's a beast, as you know, but I know that you know there are specific examples of opportunities that are sitting there getting moldy and musty because they haven't been moved along. But I guess it's a philosophical question, but I think I see opportunities on the horizon, you know, with Jeanette's announcements and Minister Green and you know, even Minister Shepherd was in St. John a couple weeks ago. I think she was in St. John with another $100 million or an amount that was quite substantial for our own public housing. So there's opportunities there, but as always, if there's programming, it's a lot of times up to us to help interpret it for the developers and our constituents so they can access it.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie le ministre pour sa réponse. Puis, je veux juste terminer en disant qu'il a absolument raison, qu'on a un rôle à jouer, les 49 députés, pour s'assurer que des situations qu'on est conscient puissent bouger. L'exemple de l'école Sacré-Cœur en est un précis où est-ce que j'ai pas été tannant, mais pas loin avec le ministère pour que le ministère embarque sur le processus de vente. Ce qui aurait peut-être été fait dans le passé, mais qui aurait dû être fait sur une base régulière. Tout de moins, je remercie le ministère d'avoir fait des efforts pour que finalement le bâtiment puisse être mis en vente. À ce qui sera vendu, peut-être avec le nouveau projet de loi, on sera en mesure de pouvoir faciliter des transferts pour des promoteurs qui veulent faire des projets intéressants. Donc, sur ça, je vais terminer, Monsieur le Président. Merci au ministre.
The member from Bathurst West Bears. Sorry. To the minister, actually, you touched on a lot of points of the questions I wanted to talk, and I apologize if I missed a bit of the conversation earlier, but I just want to clarify. Also, for local situations, when there's a department, other departments like the Department of Education that has properties, is there a process during the year where they sort of evaluate what potential properties should be transferred to your department? I've got a specific case where there's a school that's been destroyed for a quarter of a century ago. It's just a piece of land now, and there was potential interest for somebody to develop it, a private enterprise to develop it, and through going back through the Department of Education and DOT and emails of it's on one person's desk or it's on another person's desk, and it kept going back and forth. That we all know how it works in business. Too much time, developer's gone. So I just wonder, like pieces of property like that are in some departments, whether it be education or health or wherever, is there a yearly process where somebody does an inventory and says, listen, we're never going to do anything with this piece of land, we should probably transfer it and move it out?
So basically, through the chair to the member, the conversations are ongoing between departments, and it does say in our legislation or the Public Work Act that a minister of another department shall transfer the property over to us when it becomes surplus. That doesn't address the question of who's following which is surplus and which isn't, I guess, I don't think in a formal way. I think we depend more on those other departments, like education is the example we were using here most, which maybe is a little too easy, because I think we all know when we see the capital lists and that a few schools are going to be rationalized or replaced, we automatically know, well, the replacement or the one that's being emptied will become surplus at some point. So maybe that one's easy to follow, the schools. Other properties, it's kind of the same way with the healthcare system. If we see in the capital budget that, you know, a hospital or clinic's going to be replaced, we automatically assume that something's going to be empty. So, but I'm not sure that we push the other departments to get them transferred to us as quick as possible. And maybe that's where we're missing. Maybe that's where we're missing the kind of the chain. I can't comment exactly on the frequency of the conversations between DTI staff and the other departments. I do know this, though, and you probably would know the names of some of the people in the other departments that deal with facilities, and they do have very frequent conversations back and forth all the time. So I'm not exactly sure on the formality of it, member, but I do know that the correspondence and the conversations happen. I also do know that, so I'll give in our department, for example, the property services branches, we're short on people, you know, and a lot of people are retiring out of the system. The ones that have the corporate knowledge of all the buildings, you could ask them, you can ask them about different files and buildings, and they can go back over time and tell you who they leased them to and who, you know, where that file went and then who leased it next and the work they had to do it. And those people are retiring out of the system now, so, and they're very hard to backfill. So I think we're going to continue to see a lot of those pressures between departments, and maybe it's an opportunity to look at how we manage the surplus lists quicker to make them more efficient. I'm not so sure, but I know that's not a great answer for you, but that's the best that I can do for you today.
Oh, no, thank you to the minister through the chair. The answer is fine. I guess I was trying to just open up another, in line with the previous conversation about maybe we have to do better. I think this might be another opportunity that if the process for property that's owned in other departments takes so long, and it's frustrating to all of us that it's just a lot of red tape and getting it done, well, maybe shortening up or getting more into the queue, I suppose, of DTI might simplify and not have to worry about the rest of it. On that same property, though, and I'm not, again, I need some clarification on the process. On the flip side, number one, can other departments sell directly? Is it only DTI that can sell properties as a process? My understanding is other departments can't sell. They can exchange. They can exchange a property for an equal value property somewhere else, but they can't sell. I just want to clarify that. And also, on that property, could, for example, the Department of Education transfer that same property to another department, social development, for example, for the housing, or does it have to transit through DTI to get there, adding a step and making it more complicated, or is it just a simple process because it's all government going from one department to the other and DTI is not involved?
So without understanding the specific case or specific department, there are departments that can transfer directly to other departments, but not all. So they all have their own individual legislation on that, right? So I think when I was at ELG, I couldn't, but we didn't have a lot of properties either at ELG at the environmental side, right? So, and I can't even tell you the specific departments that can. But I think it's worth a deeper dive into that to see, and maybe I wouldn't say streamline, but we make some consistencies there on how and who does it. I don't really necessarily want to be the person in the middle of all those transactions if it's going to slow them down, unless they need our expertise to do building assessments, let's say. But nowadays, we can contract a lot of those assessments out to private consulting companies, engineering companies. So I think that you're probably hitting on something that maybe there needs to be a little more efficiency in, or make some clarity around who can or who can't, and maybe that's a process improvement project for somebody, but I think there's a way to make some efficiencies there as well with the moving properties back and forth. So I think it's worth a deeper conversation.
Through the chair, thank you. Yeah, I agree. I think, especially when it's interdepartmental, I mean, if we could take some of these properties that are pretty much doing nothing in communities, it could serve the greater good, whether it's one department or another. There's got to be a way to streamline and not get caught up in our own back office kind of work and red tape. I'm going to guess this is going to be my last question, so I will take the opportunity to thank the minister and his colleague for the answers. It's always good to get a little bit more information and understand what is the enigma that DTI is and get how it works. But my last question, since the minister is brand new to his portfolio, last year I did have this question on the Smurfit Stone mill site, for example. I just want to clarify that in no means or in any way does DTI have the power to stop the Department of Finance from taking over a property for tax sale. My understanding in the role or how it happens, somebody owes their taxes, they go for tax sale. If it doesn't sell, it becomes surplus property and it goes to your department. Whether it's contaminated or there's work to be done or it's worthless, that is not your purview to decide and say, we're going to stop this sale and not move forward. I just want confirmation that you guys are on the back end of that transaction and not on the front end. Thank you very much.
This has been a topic of property that's been ongoing for quite some time, and I actually commend the member for trying to deal with it so his community can move on and have something there that's worth looking at and not just a bicycle path for kids to cross all the time. I do know this. I do know that obviously the process for FTB is if there is a landowner or property in default of taxes, they have every right to, at a certain point through whatever the process, registered letters and an action and trying to find them, give them another opportunity to pay their land taxes, that they can take that property for tax sale and go through that process. Don't believe that I can stop them from declaring it surplus. I'm not sure that that is even a proper thing to do, but I think I really need to know more about the specific site and the history on it to understand what maybe the roadblocks were, and I know this has been a topic that you've been trying to clean up. It's almost like it's your biggest platform commitment is to get this thing cleaned up and get it out, and I commend you for that and sympathize, but that's the front end process that I'm aware of. I think the question was, can we stop them from taking it for land sale? And I don't think we should get in the way of that. I know question period is next week, so we'll see what comes from that. And since that could be the last question, I just want to thank the members for their questions. Always open to more conversation on a lot of these properties. I'm like you. I just want to move them on, clean them up, and develop here in the province so we can fix a lot of the issues we have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. We'll just ask your staff to step out and we'll go to the vote. Is there any other questions? No, we're good. Okay. Is it the pleasure of the committee that Bill number 4, an act to amend the Public Works Act, stand as amended, and that I report the bill as amended? All those in favor, please say yea. Yea. Those against, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried. We'll recess until 1 o'clock. Call the meeting to order. Is it the pleasure of the committee to take into consideration Bill number 5, the Missing Persons Act? All those in favor, please say yea. Against, nay. Carried. Minister, do you have any opening comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to be here today to present my first bill, and a first bill that is a really good one that is going to have a huge impact on a lot of missing persons files and cases here in New Brunswick. Currently in New Brunswick, if a person goes missing, there's no legislation to assist law enforcement agencies. And I have to say, when I was first briefed on this bill as a new minister, that really struck me. Unless there's some sort of criminal investigation, or there's significant evidence to show that a crime has been committed, law enforcement has no disposable means, they have no tools available to them to do a thorough investigation on a missing person. You know, I think we've always taken for granted or assumed, I know I had before I became minister, that, you know, if a person was identified as missing by the police, that there was all kinds of different options available to the police in order to locate that missing person. But currently now there is not. But this bill is here to change that. So the legislation contained in the Missing Persons Act that we're presenting and discussing here today, it'll allow and ensure that police officers have all the necessary tools to continue their search efforts for the missing person and ultimately increase effectiveness. This legislation would also help with the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. This issue was brought forward in the final report of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. And of course, when a loved one goes missing, their disappearance has serious effects on family members, friends, and the whole community. By putting this legislation in place, the government of New Brunswick is ensuring that investigations involving missing persons will not be stalled or halted. So it really is the tools that law enforcement need to be able to act quick on these missing person cases and see to it that all means are at their disposal to find the missing person as quickly and as effectively as possible. So that is the bill in a nutshell. Of course, we're going to be here in the next little bit. I'm happy to take questions from the other parties on this bill, and hopefully we can get any answers that you may have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I meant to ask, too, if you wanted to introduce your staff, it would be.
Thank you. New guy here, we all get a mulligan, so that'll be mine. Very pleased with the staff that I have here today, and I can tell you, as I became the Minister for Justice and Public Safety, I'm beginning to learn who's who in the ranks, and these are all very hard-working individuals that are a huge part of keeping the public safe. They're the ones that are, of course, behind the scenes that help with this. So to my right is the Senior Assistant Deputy Minister, Chris O'Connell, and Chris has helped me on other files as well and briefings and understanding the ins and outs of the department. To my left is the Senior Policy Advisor, Kayla Pierce, and these two individuals, again, have worked very hard on this bill and will help assist me in answering the questions that are posed by the members of this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll recognize Shediac, a member from Shediac, Beaubassin, Capellet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Aussi, je veux signaler, Monsieur le Ministre, je sais que c'est votre premier projet de loi ici aujourd'hui que vous présentez en comité. Je vais prendre aussi le temps de saluer puis de remercier votre équipe, le sous-ministre et son adjointe qui sont ici, votre équipe. Je veux aussi prendre le temps d'apprécier, de remercier le briefage, le briefing que nous avons reçu il y a quelques semaines à l'effet du projet de loi. Ici, à l'opposition officielle, on a bien apprécié la tenue du briefage, mais aussi la pertinence de l'équipe, qu'on a eu la chance de poser des bonnes questions, puis on a eu des réponses assez bien aussi. Donc, on veut remercier votre équipe pour le travail. En aucun temps, and I want to make it very clear, Minister, through you, Mr. Chair, and I stated this during the second reading of the bill, we are in full support of this bill. I think it's long overdue, like you stated in your preamble, and we are in accordance, but there's also certain things that we have questions. I will have questions as to certain technical things and want some supplementary information. So, si vous me permettiez, Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais poser la première question, puis j'aimerais avoir plus de précision. C'est est-ce que vous pourriez dire quelle consultation a été menée avant de présenter ce projet de loi ici en Chambre?
Okay, good question. Of course, anytime a bill is presented, it is important that in the work up to the bill, that there's discussions with people that are going to be affected by the bill, as well as people that are the professionals behind the scenes that make the legislation become practical on the ground. So, the government, JPS, has indeed reached out to several stakeholders. There's 3 different Indigenous groups that are listed here, as well as the New Brunswick Aboriginal Peoples Council, and of course chiefs of police through several municipalities, Mr. Chair, and as well as the RCMP J Division to get their take on what is needed. And of course there was legal counsel as well in relation to this bill.
Merci, Monsieur le ministre, par l'entremise du Président. Vous dites qu'il y a eu une consultation exhaustive par différents intermédiaires. Pourriez-vous nous dire quand est-ce que ces consultations ici ont commencé et puis sous quelle forme de consultation ils ont été faites? Est-ce que c'était des consultations publiques avec ces groupes ou des consultations plus virtuelles ou par l'entremise de rapports qui ont été soumis à ces groupes? J'aimerais avoir plus de spécificité en termes de comment ces consultations ici ont été faites, puis quand est-ce qu'ils ont commencé, puis combien de temps ils ont duré.
Thank you. Yes, so I guess to drill down a little bit on the consultations a little bit further, they started in the spring of 2022, spring of this year, mostly virtual, a lot of Teams meetings and that sort of thing. There was some meetings that were in person, specifically JPS would talk with chiefs of police, different police organizations, and there was also a report that was filed by the Aboriginal Peoples Council that was submitted to JPS in preparation for this bill as well.
Merci pour la réponse, Monsieur le ministre. À travers de vous, Monsieur le Président. I'd like to maybe also ask another question in regards of, I know you made a comment in your opening remarks, but I'd like to have more details that in the legislation in response to, is this legislation in response to the inquiry of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls? And I'd like to have more details for in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, so of course the report that came out some time ago about the missing, murdered Indigenous women and girls, Section 5.8 of that was asked to have that section put in. So part of the calls to justice. So that's how that was put in relation to that report, the MMIWG. And of course, on top of that too, there was also discussions personally with several Indigenous leaders, as we listed earlier, as part of the bill and the format and presentation of the bill.
Thank you, Minister, through you, Mr. Chair. And as we move forward here, and I know you talked about it in your opening comments about we being basically one of the last legislations or last provincial bodies putting in force a similar bill. So, are you aware of are there any other jurisdictions that do not have a similar legislation? And if would you have some dates of when would have been the last province who would instill this legislation into their legislative assembly? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Good question through the chair. So New Brunswick is really one of only a few that do not have this legislation currently. PEI does not have this legislation, anything like it. Quebec also does not have this legislation, as well as the 3 territories. So indeed, we are sort of catching up in relation to ensuring that this legislation is there. I guess the silver lining of being at the latter end of introducing this legislation is, the province and the department has had time to look at other jurisdictions to see what they did right, maybe what could be changed or tweaked to make sure we hit the right spot in this legislation, which I believe we have done. But to answer your question directly, so there's 3 territories that do not have legislation, then there's PEI, Quebec, and New Brunswick until this is passed.
So maybe, thank you, Minister. Maybe one quick question I could have added in there, one bullet is was there a jurisdictional scan done in regards of looking at other similarities, other things that other provinces who have similar legislation that is being proposed here today? Was there a jurisdictional scan done?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. One question, and I brought this up, and I know some members also were questioning me in regards of this, is the timing, the timing issue. And so the bill defines a missing person, but makes no mention of a period of time that might pass before a person is considered missing. Would this not be a factor that might be taken into account prior to an order being issued under this Act? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And that was a good question, and I know there was some discussion before in relation to this bill on that question, because I know we watch a lot of the CSI and a lot of the TV shows, and it's 48 hours or whatever it is. According to the way it works now, there is no time frame. So if someone calls and reports a missing person, so long as the definition of that missing person falls within the parameters of the Act, the police can start their investigation immediately. So there is no time frame on that.
Well, thank you, but could that prevent, would there be any mechanism in place that would prevent this to speed up the process of starting the file to move forward? Like, is there any mechanism in place that would stop because of the timing factor? Is there anything we could precipitate that it would be more of a help in helping these orders to move forward quicker?
Okay, so draw your attention to Section 6 of the Act that talks about emergency demand. That section is put in there specifically for quick investigations, especially when it relates to a minor, people, that are vulnerable, or if it's a late-night disappearance and they fall into those categories. Section 6 could apply in terms of emergency demand, so that it's quick. Now, law enforcement still has to follow the rules in terms of what identifies, how they're able to identify a missing person, and that's to protect, the checks and balances. But Section 6 with the emergency demand does enable law enforcement to move quickly when a person is deemed missing.
Thank you for outlining that. And I know that's basically, that section is emergencies. So, I mean, before you consider it an emergency, there's some steps. I get the process in the bill. But is there not a concern that this legislation could be abused by policing agencies to obtain information for criminal investigation that they might otherwise not be able to access?
Okay, so this is certainly one of the questions that have come up as well in relation to this bill, and it's certainly a valid question. So Section 11 of the Act that we're presenting, the bill that we're presenting here today, clearly lays out that basically this Act forces law enforcement to stay in their lane as it relates to missing persons. So if they are to get that court order by a judge's order to allow them to do this investigation based on the information they have on the missing person, they can only do so based on this investigation. So the Act forbids law enforcement from going outside of those parameters. So I guess to answer your question directly, they cannot use information outside the investigation for missing persons.
Brings more clarity, thank you. You know, as I'm reading the bill, and the definition of a record in the Act, to record in the Act is very broad and encompasses any record as defined in the Right to Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Why are the specific records that can be accessed are not more clearly defined in the bill?
Okay, thank you for that question. So the bill is designed to give a general overview of how, again, how the parameters are going to be set up for law enforcement and what they can do. The regulations that fall under this bill will better define exactly what police can do and what's not listed there in terms of what they can't do. So a few things you'll find in regulation would be like GPS. So if a person has been identified, if they fall within the criteria of this act and they are identified as a missing person by police, then police through a court order can then track their GPS. They can look at their banking information. You know, if John went missing, you know, has he used his MasterCard? They can check that. Text messages, maybe that went back and forth with that cell phone, emails, that sort of thing. So although the bill is somewhat general, the regulations will be more specific on what police can and cannot do in obtaining that information and where they can go for it.
So thank you. You basically outlined a couple of regulations, and I was going to get there. Yeah, so, you know, I think that's a couple of regulations, and there's probably a lot more that should be outlined. One thing in the bill is talking about different, like, will police agencies or police officers be able to decide whether a person is missing, or will a third party have to report a missing person? Will they be able to do it on their own?
Just clarity on the question, if I could. So are you saying if there's not an official report by a citizen, per se, can the police, like on their own, go out looking? Just a little clarity, if I could.
So yes, so on their own, if somebody doesn't report, but after a few, you know, they start to suspect that, can they go out on their own and can they basically file a missing person and on their own and do it?
Okay, so in order for a missing person to be deemed a missing person, they have to fall under the parameters of the Act, and it clearly lays out what law enforcement can use to qualify what is a missing person. So police departments, municipal, RCMP, whatever it is, law enforcement, they can't initiate a missing person investigation unless they have a report of a missing person. So someone would have to call the police to start that process. And then once that call is made, then it's up to the law enforcement agency to then go through the definitions of a missing person. And if they fall within those definitions, then the investigation can proceed, and this act could kick in so that those tools could be utilized to find that missing person.
So basically, police, thank you. So police can't initiate an investigation on their own.
No, no. Police can only initiate an investigation based on the information they are receiving. Otherwise, how would police know someone's missing unless someone calls and says someone's missing, right?
Well, thank you. Does the legislation apply for searches for person who may be outstanding warrants? Who may have outstanding warrants, sorry.
Thank you for that question. So this bill is pretty tight. It has wording in it, and it's very clear in its wording, so that it doesn't allow law enforcement, again, to go outside their lane. This bill is specific for missing persons. So law enforcement cannot, under law, under this bill, use this bill, say, to initiate a search, a warrant on someone that is not categorized as defined as a missing person. So to be clear about that, again, this bill is very focused on missing persons. Law enforcement cannot use the tools in that bill outside the scope of what is deemed a missing person.
Thank you. That makes it clear. So when we talked about regulations, and you gave a couple of points in helping in finding missing persons, maybe you could give me more details or give us more details. But one item that I would like to talk about could, like, telephones or cellular phones, the records be subject to such an order.
Yeah, so of course today we live in a digital age. You know, the old days of the rotary dial have long passed us. So yes, I mean the legislation is very current, it's very modern in that sense that it uses and it clearly spells out in regulation what type of devices, or not type of devices, but what can be used in relation to finding the missing person. So cell phones is part of that. You know, you know, kind of as a side joke, people will say, you know, are you in the office? I said, well, sometimes I'm able to be in the office, but when I'm not in the office, my office is in me because the cell phone has email, text message, phone. So, you know, the world now today, you know, when you're out and about, you can do as much, you know, on the road as you can sitting behind a desk. So as part of this bill is, again, enabling police to use tools like a cell phone, which has a lot of information, which can help in the location of a missing person. for police to be able to help find them in a speedy fashion. So cell phones are part of that, I guess, to answer your question directly. Yes, they are, part of the regulation.
So thank you. So basically, all technology, whether it be emails, whether it be texts, anything that's on a cell phone can be used. Is that correct?
Yes, text messaging, email records, and there's several, excuse me, several other things in regulation as well that lays out what can be used as part of those tools.
So thank you for the answer. And one of the questions as I read the bill and looking at the requirements, so is there a requirement for a judge to review the records before they are released?
Thank you again for that question, Madam Chair. Through you. So there's no provision. Once the Act is satisfied that someone is deemed a missing person, law enforcement can then begin the investigation once they get a judge to sign off on this Act and the tools that enable law enforcement to find the missing person. Once that investigation proceeds, there's nothing in the Act that says that law enforcement then have to take that information back to a judge for any sort of verification. The tool is there simply for law enforcement to locate that missing person. So no, to answer your question, no, there's nothing in the Act that would mandate the need for a judge to go through those records.
Ma question va rapporter dans la section 10 du rapport annuel, des demandes formelles et urgentes. Peut-être que quand je garde la section 10, c'était quoi le... Je comprends l'aspect de transparence puis l'imputabilité, mais dans les 4 sections, on parle de différentes réglementations ou différentes prescriptions. Y a-t-il une raison pourquoi que dans la section 10, on a parlé au plus tard le 31 mars de chaque année que le corps policier présente un rapport au ministre? Puis est-ce que ce rapport-là, je comprends la prochaine section parle que le 31 mai, qui est plus ou moins 2 mois plus tard, le ministre va soumettre un rapport public sur le site Web. Est-ce que... La raison, ma question, c'est simple, c'est le temps entre le 31 mars et le 31 mai, c'est plus ou moins 60 jours. Pourquoi prendre si longtemps, 60 jours, de transmettre cette information-là au public?
Yeah, good question, because when you look at the act, you're right. You know, March 31st talks about the police submitting the reports, and then, of course, May 31st, 60 days later before it goes public. So the intent behind that is, you know, in New Brunswick, you know, we have multiple different police forces. We have obviously municipal police forces, we have RCMP, and if there's any other law enforcement agencies out there, I don't know if there'd be anything through JPS, but if there were, there'd be a lot of information coming to the department on March 31st. So that 60-day period is just the opportunity for the department to then compile the information. There's, of course, translation, which, you know, takes some time as well. So it gives the department that opportunity to compile the information, make sure that the information is you know, available to the public, and that it's, you know, comprehensive and complete, and of course has the translated aspect of it before it goes to the public. So it's 60 days to give the department time to compile the information before they put it out to the public.
Merci, Monsieur le ministre. Parlant de remise, Monsieur le Président. Pourriez-vous peut-être éclaircir pour les gens qui écoutent, Monsieur le ministre, c'est quoi exactement que vous voulez faire état dans le rapport annuel pour que les gens comprennent? C'est quoi que vous voulez vraiment informer la population dans votre rapport annuel?
So the idea behind that provision in publicly reporting these things is really just about accountability. What we don't want to do is, you know, create some sort of legislation that, you know, may go sideways in terms of enforcement, investigations, this sort of thing. So this legislation, again, is very clear that it's for missing persons, and it's there to keep law enforcement in that lane of missing persons investigations. Because, you know, again, we want to ensure privacies are protected. We want to ensure that, you know, that things don't go sideways in relation to some of the information that law enforcement would be able to collect due to the missing person. So it's really an accountability mechanism, and I think it would also show the public, you know, how often, you know, the police investigate these types of things. You know, if you live in a small community and you have someone that goes missing, especially now with social media, word gets around pretty quick. But sometimes we don't see the full scope provincially of how often people go missing. So this is a way to again, be transparent with the public so that they can see the annual report. This is how many people have gone missing, and to be able to hold that accountability side of things as well.
Merci, Monsieur le ministre. Ces rapports ici vont évidemment être publiés de façon, pas seulement sur le site web, mais possiblement sur le papier pour être capable que la population peut aussi les consulter. Ces rapports annuels vont être des copies papier.
So again, getting back to my little ramble there earlier about being in a digital age, you know, a lot of what we do now, even as MLAs or as ministers, we do without necessarily hard copies, although there are times, as you can see here today, you need some hard copies as a go-to. So the purpose of this section of the bill is to ensure that the information is out there to the public, but there's nothing in there that says hard copies are necessarily readily available. Now, I could say that if someone were to request a copy of the report, I I can't see JPS denying that. I'm sure they would print out the copy and ensure that the individual seeking that information would be able to receive it. But it would be digital. It would be on the website for all to view, and I suppose they could print it at home too if they so choose.
So my last question in that section is basically in the 10.1 in the subsection D. It says, any other information prescribed by regulation. Could you give us a little bit more details in what any other information prescribed by regulation means? Thank you.
Okay, that's a good question. That section D, part 10 of the bill, is basically there to give opportunity, should down the road there be some need for extra regulation to be added. Currently, right now, there would be nothing in regulation that would apply to section D. So basically, A, B, and C is what would really be reported. Section D would be, at this point, not applicable because it's not part of any extra regulation that we see. But if, we're all here as legislators to create bills and legislation and enact law. And sometimes when that legislation trickles down to the practicalities on the ground, there may be amendments that have to be made or extra regulation that has to be put in to ensure that the intent of the legislation is relevant in the actual day-to-day operations on the ground. So Part C is really there to give some wiggle room down the road, that if the practicalities on the ground are required to change some regulation, that option would be there. But right now, it's basically not applicable.
Thank you. Merci, Monsieur le ministre. À travers de vous, Monsieur le Président. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres juridictions, parce qu'on a parlé qu'il y a d'autres juridictions qu'on s'est basé pour le projet de loi, pour garder qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire au Nouveau-Brunswick pour améliorer la situation des gens qui dans des situations qui nous manquent. Est-ce que il y a la même sorte au niveau de l'imputabilité puis des rapports, est-ce qu'eux aussi, dans d'autres législations, font la même sorte d'émettre des rapports annuels et aussi un rapport du gouvernement? Est-ce que ça se fait de façon pratique courante dans d'autres juridictions au Canada?
Yeah, so this is something that is used in all other jurisdictions that have this bill. And again, it's just an accountability piece just to ensure that the public is able to check the stats, check the numbers, just to keep everybody in check.
Merci. Je voulais poser la question parce que je voulais m'assurer que la question était posée pour s'assurer qu'on ait une sorte de continuité ou une similarité entre différentes juridictions provinciales au Canada. Donc, en continuant dans la section, une autre section, Monsieur le ministre, par l'entremise du président, la section 9.2, le juge peut assortir l'ordonnance des modalités et des conditions qu'il estime appropriées. Quelles conditions pourraient être prévues en vertu du paragraphe 9.2? Quelles conditions?
So, again, the point of this legislation is to find missing people, obviously. So the tools that we find in this bill give law enforcement the ability to do that, because right now they do not. Section 9.2, where it talks about a judge imposing any terms and conditions that the judge considers appropriate on the order, is much the same as your previous question, both good questions, on 10D. So it's to enable a judge, with the checks and balances that we talked about earlier, to, in rare, what we would consider rare cases, to allow for searches that may be deemed appropriate outside of maybe the defined regulation section that we see. I'm not aware where that would really be used, but if there was a certain scenario where, you know, if you had a minor, for example, that was missing and police was receiving information that could help them identify where this minor was, and maybe the minor's in danger, whatnot, you know, but God forbid it's not in regulation, then the police could go to the judge and say, look, this piece that we're looking for is not defined in regulation. However, Section 9.2 would give the judge a little bit of leeway to say, although it's not in regulation, considering the extreme nature of this particular search and all the facts around it, a judge could order or allow for police to do a search in that regard. So again, it would be a rare occasion. The judicial system, judges are well aware of you know, where they can go with this sort of thing too. So it would have to be a lot of evidence I would think, to see 9.2 actually initiated, and it's something that wouldn't happen very often.
Thank you for the answer. So, as I near the conclusion of my questions, and depending on the answers, I might go a little further, but things are going very well. So, so all these, you know, when we open a file, there's definitely records being put together, and, you know, the judge, and like all these, where will all these records be stored and kept? Like, they have to be secure, obviously, but is there some kind of a strategic plan to where we're going to keep all this data, this information, make sure it is kept secure and safe from kept in the right place? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the members through you, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, so as far as records go, there is sections in the regulation that clearly define what police can do with and what they have to do with information and the disposal of records. Section 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.4 clearly lays that out. And that would be under regulation. So the police do have an obligation, of course, under privacy as well, to ensure that those records are secure, because I agree with you, the last thing anybody would want is, you know, information to get out there that doesn't need to get out there. And I think the police they take that very serious in terms of privacy. So there are regulations that protect people in relation to their privacy and in relation to any any information police get during the course of their investigation to ensure that that information stays secure.
Thank you. So great to see that in regulations. As I look at basically getting to the end of my questioning, in section 22, the review of this act or l'examen de la présente loi. Puis je dois avouer, Monsieur le ministre, que je suis très impressionné de voir qu'au moins qu'on entreprend une révision de la présente loi lorsqu'elle sera mise en marche, mais qu'elle soit dans les prochaines 5 ans de cette... puis les années 7 ans par les années subséquentes. My question is, what is the nature of the review to be undertaken in that section? Like, what would be the nature of revising or reviewing the current law as it is? And can you give us more information? Because I like to see that because, you know, definitely we're human beings. We don't get to see all the details, but as we work in the law, and we're going to see things come about with, and there are probably things that you will have forgotten in that bill or in the law, so you'll probably want to readjust. So maybe you could give us more information on how is it going to be undertaken to examine that law? Comme dans l'examen de la loi, comment on va faire pour l'examiner dans 5 ans, puis c'est quoi les procédures, puis comment on va s'y prendre?
Okay, so good question. So the section that you're referring to is there to ensure and to mandate that in the first section, 5 years, that the review is done, and then after that, every 7 years. And it's there so that if there's changes, and again, it goes back to what I said earlier about, you know, we create laws, but how they play out on the ground. Sometimes there can be a disconnect between the intent of the law or the legislation versus what we see on the ground. So this review is there to ensure that the act stays modern, up to date. You know, today we're talking about cell phones, text messages, GPS. Tomorrow we may be talking about holograms and spaceships. I mean, who knows? Technology is changing all the time. So I'm being facetious, of course, but at the end of the day, that section is there to say that, you know, we have to review this every 5 years. But that's not to say that it can't be reviewed every year. I mean, we as legislators come in here, you know, in the fall and in the spring. We go through legislation, we go through bills. We're constantly looking at current laws, past laws. So, you know, if in 2 years' time we say, well, look, there's an extra part here that we should put in, by all means. I mean, there's nothing forbidding us as legislators to say, you know, we need an amendment to this bill to make it better. That option's always there. But the 5 years is there, and then the subsequent 7 years is to ensure that the bills will have eyes on them. It's mandated that a review be done to ensure it is working the way it was intended to work.
Merci pour la réponse, Monsieur le ministre, par l'entremise du Président. Est-ce que l'examen de la présente loi, comme que vous l'avez dit, Monsieur le ministre, est-ce que d'autres juridictions ont adopté la même pratique courante dans cette présente loi où est-ce qu'on parle des personnes qui sont disparues? Est-ce que aussi dans les autres provinces ont fait ont adopté le même processus, ou est-ce que ceci c'est quelque chose que vous avez adopté à part, ou est-ce que c'est quelque chose qui a été fait ailleurs dans la présente loi?
Yeah, so there's not all jurisdictions have that, and again, I would think probably for the same reasoning I just gave, that as legislators we're always here to make amendments and to look at bills, you know, past, present, and future. on how to best govern. So some do, some have it in there, and some don't. We chose to put it in there again just to ensure that at least for the first 5 years it's looked at, and then after that every 7 years, so it does have those sets of eyes on it to make sure it's working the way it's intended.
Well, I want to finish by just saying that, as I started, I want to thank the team here with you, Minister, to support you. They gave us, great briefing. But I also, on this side of the House, we support this bill. It's like you said in your opening comments, it's long overdue. We have people that we've met here and we've met in our communities, there's people who would have appreciated that this law would have been enforced, would have made their lives a lot easier, and especially our agencies, our police agencies, everyone who's involved in helping us find missing people. So as I finish, I just want to thank the staff and thank you to bring this bill up in front of the House, and it was long overdue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Member from Kent North.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. On sait que ce projet de loi ici découle de certaines recommandations dans les documents de vérité et réconciiliation. Donc, j'aimerais juste pousser un petit peu plus loin. En fait, c'était une des demandes dans le rapport là, des femmes et filles autochtones disparues. Fait que je m'ai trompé de document, je m'excuse. J'aimerais juste savoir un peu plus de détails sur la consultation avec les nations autochtones. Dans quel contexte ça a eu lieu? Est-ce que il y a plusieurs rencontres qui sont arrivées, qui étaient présents? Pas nécessairement des noms, mais est-ce qu'on a consulté les 2 nations ou les 3 nations dont nous sommes sur les territoires non cédés ici au Nouveau-Brunswick? Donc, juste un peu plus d'informations sur les consultations.
Okay, so just checking just to see exactly how some of those timeframes were laid out. So some of the consultations would have started early this year, right around January, somewhere around mid-January, and they would have carried through consistently to where we're at today. So all Mi'kmaq nations have been consulted, Wolastoq nations, Aboriginal Peoples Council also was consulted, and actually they had submitted a report to the department. There was Teams meetings. The department also tried to update them every 6 weeks to ensure them this is the time frame of the bill, where it's moving. And then, of course, now we're into the regulatory process as well, so there's even continuation of that now with First Nations people to ensure that, you know, their input is given and that they're supportive of the bill as well.
Merci. Et est-ce que, à ce point-ci du projet de loi, vous le déposez en Chambre, est-ce qu'il y a certaines craintes ou commentaires qui vous ont été faits par les communautés autochtones qui suggéraient que la loi pourrait être un peu mieux? Est-ce que ça va assez loin selon eux? Est-ce qu'ils supportent le projet de loi? Fait que juste demander au travers de ces consultations-là, have they submitted any concerns, en gros, par rapport au projet de loi? Peut-être que la réponse est non. Si c'est non, c'est super bien. Ouais.
Yeah, so, you know, it's important that, especially when we see the part of the bill that reflects the call to action, you know, that there is a certain satisfaction within First Nations communities. So, to this point, they've been very supportive of the bill. There was some initial concerns in relation to privacy, which, frankly, when I first come on the scenes, I was wondering that, and I know others have as well. As I read the bill and I see all the nuances of the sections of the bill, my concerns around the checks and balances and privacy are not there. I feel like those windows and doors have been closed to ensure that privacy is done, again, to ensure that law enforcement stays in their lane as in relation to missing persons. They've done a really good job. The department's done an excellent job with that to ensure it's tight. So that was the only concern I think that was raised by First Nations communities. But other than that, we've heard nothing but positive from them.
Parfait, merci beaucoup. Donc, oui, comme vous l'avez dit, au niveau de la vie privée, protection de la vie privée, c'est certain que ça pose toujours des questions, puis c'est important qu'on se pose ces questions-là. Il y a... fait que ma question va être, quelles forces policières auront le droit d'avoir recours à ce projet de loi ici? On sait que, bon, au Nouveau-Brunswick, on a la GRC, on a des forces policières municipales, on a... Est-ce qu'il y en a d'autres qui auront accès à utiliser l'information ici? Fait que juste de préciser qui, je sais que ça passe par la Cour, mais qui aura le droit de faire ces demandes-là pour avoir cette information-là?
So good question, because what you don't want is anybody and everybody, you know, initiating this act, some private investigator coming out and saying, you know, this act applies to me. It doesn't. The act very clearly says in the definitions section that police force means a police force as defined in the Police Act or the J Division of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police that conducts a missing person investigation, period, full stop. So they have to be a recognized police force under the Police Act, or they have to be RCMP J Division.
Merci. Question de précision, est-ce que ça inclut des employés de du département de sécurité publique.
No, the staff at the Public Safety Department is not a police force, nor are they the J Division of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. So it's those two sections very clearly, and they cannot fall on, outside of those two sections.
Excellent. Ben, merci beaucoup pour les réponses. Et puis moi, c'est toutes les questions que j'ai aujourd'hui. Puis on va certainement, on va supporter le projet de loi aussi. Merci.
Thank you very much. Anyone else with any further questions? Recognize the member from St. Croix.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the minister and his staff for bringing this bill forward. I fully support this Missing Persons Act, which will hopefully provide some closure for families and communities of the missing persons. This bill is personal for me. I know the family of Braden Tebow, who was 17 years old when he went missing in 2017. His mom, Amanda, and the rest of his family haven't heard from him since. And after the second reading of this bill in the legislature, I received a message from his grandmother, Giselle Frigo. She wrote thanking me for my support and the support of the legislature. And she said, for a long while, I kept praying for us to get Braden back. Sorry. Now I keep praying we will get his remains back. With this new law in place, prayerfully, there will be fewer people going through what Amanda and the rest of my family has. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any closing remarks or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank the member from St. Croix for sharing that heartfelt response from a family member. I've spoken to a few myself. It's heart-wrenching. There's no question. When a loved one goes missing, there's nothing that is more emotionally taxing than to go through that. And to then feel the frustration, I mean, it's one thing to have the emotional sense of loss, but then to feel the frustration that the police are powerless to do much of anything unless there's a criminal investigation just makes it so much worse. So now with this bill, we're going to enable police to get on it and to move quickly and to have lots of tools to find people that are missing. I'm not naive to the fact that this bill is going to solve every case. I know it won't, but I am convinced it's going to solve a lot of cases a lot faster and get loved ones home where they belong. One other aspect of this bill, too, that wasn't mentioned here today is the provisions in this bill is also retroactive. So, you know, if police have cases, you know, that are outdated or a little bit older, they can use this bill. If it helps them to locate people that have been missing for a few years, this bill can help them do that. So it's not just future, but it's also retroactive as well. So again, I really want to commend the department here. They are the ones, these folks here are the ones that really put the energy and time into this bill. I think they've done a great job. There's very few bills that I see come through this legislature that you know, are I guess, as powerful as this one. And I'm very proud and very honored. And thank you to the opposition members. I think that was great questions this morning. We didn't get into the dives of politics here. I think they were very, very pointed, very valid questions, and I appreciate the questions that were raised. I hope we answered them appropriately. And I just look forward to getting royal assent on this and giving the police the tools they need. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to everyone for supporting this bill.
Thank you. We'll just ask the staff to step out and we'll go on to our vote. Is it the pleasure of the committee that Bill number 5, the Missing Persons Act, stand as presented and that I report the bill as agreed to? All those in favor, please say yea. Yea. Against, nay. Carried. We'll take a brief recess before our next Department. Call the meeting to order. Is it the pleasure of the committee to take into consideration Bill number 7, Private Woodlot Sustainability Act? For, yea? Against, nay? Carried. Minister, would you like to have a few moments and introduce your staff?
Mr. Chair, it's a pleasure to be here today to discuss Bill number 7, an act to not an act to amend, actually to introduce the Private Woodlot Sustainability Act. It's been a long time coming. There's a lot of information here. It's the collection of a lot of hard work from a number of different people. I'm here with my Deputy Minister, Tom McFarlane, also with my Assistant Deputy Minister, Chris Ward. They've been absolute champions of work that's encompassed the last 4 years. This has involved consultation with literally hundreds and hundreds of groups within this sector. It was something that we campaigned on in 2018. It was something that we immediately began to get to work on, and it's something that I learned an incredible amount about in the process. What we put together here is something that will allow us to be able to invest back into something as crucial as our private woodlot sector. We feel like that we've really put a good piece of work together here. I guess I would never call it perfect, but it's being done right. And I'm very proud of the fact that there's just years worth of work that's gone into this, and we look forward to subjecting it to questions from the members opposite, and we look forward to carrying on from there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You recognize the member from Bathurst West Beresford. I was called the minister again.
You could slow down. We got time. We still have time. Gentlemen, nice to see you again. To the minister, first question, could you please outline the consultations that were held leading up to the development of the bill, including meetings with any stakeholders and who they were?
We can continue to have this conversation, and we'll probably weave through conversations we have with these stakeholders. But I'll take you back to 2019, actually. A year ago tomorrow, November the 9th, 2018, this process started when I met the Deputy Minister of the day and I met staff of the day, because we brought the platform forward and said we've got to start reaching out. We, of course, met with all of the boards throughout the province. We met with the New Brunswick Federation of Woodlot Owners. We actually engaged the AASD, Alternative Service Delivery Group within government, and over 100 different private woodlot owners had been talked with as it relates to this. We went to industry. We went to all different sectors. Literally hundreds of individuals, and we feel like all of the private woodlot boards and federations and industry representatives had been consulted and discussed with as we started talking about what the private woodlot owner sustainability would look like.
Thank you. Through the chair, do the wood marketing boards support the establishment of the Woodlot Sustainability Fund?
Mr. Chair, the member opposite, we've been working with them hand in hand, and indeed, yes, they're looking forward to this becoming a reality.
And how about the industry? Do they support this the establishment of this fund also?
Mr. Chair, the member opposite, a resourced, educated, and vibrant private woodlot sector that has an opportunity to be funded in a sustainable fashion only serves to flesh out, enhance, and ensure that that industry has a source of supply that will continue to flourish. So yes.
Thank you. Now, mind you, when we say industry, we realize that that's a pretty wide range. Would you say some of the, are we talking larger players or all of industry? Because we know there's small mills, there's large mills, there's like, how can we get a sense of, is there, I don't know what the word would be, congruence, or like, is there a pretty good feeling that they're all in there? Is there anybody not happy with this?
Chair, the member opposite, we have, like I said, spoken extensively with the industry, from small producers all the way up to large industrials, and they all agree that an investment in the private woodlot sector is valid good, and it will be good for the entire industry.
Okay, thank you. The Minister of Finance and Treasury will be custodian of the fund. It's like my new guy will be entrusted with this. Why will he be entrusted with the custodian as the fund? Sorry.
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, the Minister of Finance is the conduit with which all money would flow, Environmental Trust Fund, Climate Change Action Fund, Private Woodlot Sustainability Fund. That would just be consistent with the way that revenue received by the province is handled.
Okay, so essentially he'll be holding the money, but how it gets used up is another story. So will government decide how monies in the fund are allocated, or is there a committee, or is it industry involvement? What policies will be in place with respect to the application criteria to get access to these funds?
The member opposite, the marketing boards will be preparing a budget that they bring forward to be approved for the purpose of optimizing the private woodlots, and then it'll be funded accordingly. Just so I'm clear on that, the marketing boards will do a budget, and inside their budget, they'll be requesting money through the fund? Is that how that's going to work? Yes. And what matters, if any, will be addressed through regulation? Chair, to the member opposite, the formula from which the revenue will be collected. Thank you. To the minister through the chair, it seems that a crown levy will be put in place to support the fund. Can we get the details on this levy? Upon approval of the bill, the regulation will define what the appropriate levy will be. So once the regulation is done, that'll be any timeline on when that regulation is going to be coming around, or when we'll find out on this? To be implemented on next fiscal, starting next fiscal. Suppose without having any details, this kind of question is going to be mute, but I'll ask it anyway. Is industry on board with the levy as a general principle? Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, of course this is an extra additional cost to industry, but as a rule they understand the value of that investment. Thank you, Minister. Through the chair, how will this fund be made sustainable? Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, this levy will, of course, follow commodities, but there will be a minimum to ensure that it stays sustainably funded every year. The goal is around the $10 million mark. It certainly exceed that in different periods of time, but we are going to entrench and ensure that there are minimums there so that once we put forward a funding model, it is indeed sustainable. Through the chair, woodlot owners complain that fair market value of timber is distorted because large forest companies drive down the price for private wood, which establishes fair market value. How are you going to address this? Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, value is the key word in that statement in question that the member opposite has. You know, we're in a situation where we've raised Crown land timber royalties to ensure that we are not in a situation of competitiveness with the private woodlot sector. We're taking that revenue with this bill and affording us the ability to invest it back into the private woodlot sector. The value, fair market value, is determined by willing buyers and willing sellers. So what we're looking at with this is an opportunity to, in an ongoing and sustainable fashion, have revenue that can be invested back into silviculture, back into education, back into resourcing, back into giving private woodlot owners the ability to raise the value of the product that they have. And when you do that, then an educated and willing buyer knows the value of what they have. This is going to raise the value of these private woodlots, of course, ensuring that we continue to keep Crown land timber royalties in a position where they won't be competitive with the private woodlot sector, and this will allow that value to be realized through good pricing.
Thank you, Minister. Through the chair, I'm going to go off these questions for a second, because we've had these discussions over CBC radio, in the papers, in Ledge, in committee, and for the better part of 2 years, we were told that the formula we had was the best to protect the small guys, and that we couldn't change the formula for fair market value because the 5-year average, if prices of timber were going to go down and whatever, it would average out, and our model was the best compared to the usual example was Alberta. What's changed since all that time where essentially the defense was we have the best model, and now we're changing the model? So what has happened, and now that the prices are starting to come down, is it that the prices were so up that it was an advantage, the 5-year average wasn't good anymore? Like what changed in that period of time to make it so?
To the member, I'm getting up talking faster than the mic, sorry. So, Mr. Chair, the member opposite, no. Let's go back and talk about those conversations and what was said at that time. What we were very clear about stating was that we were certainly not going to bow to pressure to follow other jurisdictions with a floating commodity price as it relates to Crown timber royalties. In the event we did that, I think the calculation at that point would have been leaving about $50 million on the table. If you follow commodity prices up, like other jurisdictions did, we'd also, and followed that model, we would be following that price down. And those jurisdictions had stumpage rates as low as $4 a cubic meter for studwood. We couldn't do that because that would put us in a situation where our Crown land timber was directly competing with the private woodlot sector. So what was stated then is that we are not going to do a system of Crown timber royalties that follows the commodity pricing. What we've done here is something that's completely different than that. What we've done is said that we need to put an upward adjustment in place on Crown timber royalties with a base level to ensure that we never drop below a certain level and wind up competing with the private woodlot sector and costing the province Crown timber royalty revenue. So it's apples and oranges between the systems that we were being told that we should follow versus taking the time, and I said that at that point, we're not going to make a knee-jerk reaction, but we are going to go to work, and the staff went to work to put together a system that allowed a reflection of a base level to protect ourselves from going low, but at the same time benefit from when commodity prices go high. And one step further, nobody was suggesting that revenue get reinvested back into the private woodlot sector. And we said that in addition to having an opportunity to create new revenue, we're going to redirect it back to where it can create more value, create more resources, create more volume in the private sector to allow them to flesh out and have an opportunity, whereas before, Crown land has certain investments in silviculture and all of those. Now we're sharing that. Now we're going to raise the level of all the forests, both private and Crown, and I'm really excited for what this is going to do for the future of the opportunities for the private woodlot owner.
Thank you, Minister, through the chair. I seem to recall a CBC interview with Terry Sege, the great Terry Sege. It was my first time with a panel with the four, and I think someday we'll have a chance to sit with a coffee and re-listen to that, because I think that last little bit, I don't remember any of that. Because we were looking for a hybrid model, and we were saying the model that we had right now was going to average out over the long term, and we didn't need a hybrid to fix the highs and the lows and try to get the market. Anyway, we'll have a chance to sit on that. We'll have we're not going to get there. We'll have a chance to sit. We'll have a coffee. I promise you. I'll pay for the coffee. Are the private woodlot owners supportive to the changes? To the establishment of the fair market value, are they on board with this?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, could you dig into that question a little bit more? I think you said, are the private woodlot owners in favor of changes to fair market value? That's not what we're here discussing today.
That was the question. Are they supportive of the fair market value? Are they? If you don't want to answer, that's fine. We'll stick to the subject.
Mr. Chair, the member, it's not a matter of not wanting to answer. We're here to talk about the Private Woodlot Sustainability Act, which is going to create revenue and resources to invest back into that sector, to that market, to enhance value, to enhance opportunities, to grow volume, and to do it in a way that the private woodlot owners have not had the resources to do before.
Market prices may fluctuate. Will there always be an annual base amount in the fund?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, there will be a base level minimum created to ensure that there is consistency and sustainability at a minimum level, and then when commodities provide the opportunity, the mechanism will be there to create extra revenue as well.
Through the chair, are there any other sources of revenue that will go into this fund?
Mr. Chair, the member opposite, not as a result of this act here.
Thank you. Through the chair, not as of this act, there's other acts that will provide other sources of funding? Or?
Mr. Chair, the member opposite, just to clarify, this act is creating new revenue that will be redirected. In addition to, above and beyond that, not an additional act, but we still maintain a $5 million private woodlot sustainability fund that will continue.
Through the chair, yeah, it's just, okay, thank you. I just wanted to know if there's other sources of revenue. You said not through this act, so kind of like referred to, it might be another act. Okay. What types of silviculture and forest management programs could be supported through the program?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, that will provide an opportunity to expand silviculture in a variety of different ways. A lot of times when we think silviculture, we think of the planting process. That, of course, is part of it. But one of the things we haven't talked about is diverse uses of that land mass, because there are private woodlot owners that would prefer to have an opportunity to explore investments in conservation, carbon sinking, forestry methods that preserve the canopy, a variety of different things. So that fund, the silviculture, will be available to them for a variety of forestry management plans that are going to be put together by the boards and the resources within the private woodlot sector.
Thank you. Through the chair, interesting, different ideas, different concepts. So how are these programs going to be established, and how will they be administered? Who will be take care of this? Because it sounds like there's a lot of research, new ideas. So who's going to be running this whole program?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, of course, with existing practices of silviculture, I mean, that book's written and we can replicate that rather easily. But there's also NGOs like the Nature Conservancy, the Nature Trust, third-party agencies that have lots of models as it relates to methods to enhance the value of your property through conservation, through carbon sequestration, et cetera, et cetera. So there's programs that are out there already, but in addition to that, we're very much looking forward to working with woodlot federations, boards, et cetera, to come up with ideas that bring value to their forests. Because the whole idea is that put silviculture as a large umbrella that really is defined as creating value for the private woodlot. Now, whether that be through the creation of wood fiber, whether that be through developing conservation components to it, whether it be through a variety of different means. There's existing programs that are out there for diverse use of land masses as it relates to forests, and this is a fund that we will look to invest in a variety of different pursuits for the private woodlot owner. Because you understand, the private woodlot owner, one person may have an objective and a goal for their land that would be different than another. And as a result, we need to be diverse in the investments that we would make to achieve the goals that each and every one of them would have.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess the question was on how it would be administered. I understand there's all kinds of groups that have great ideas. And the reason I'm asking about where the administration will be, it's accountability. You know, how are we going to build that into the program? What metrics will be put in place? How are we going to measure performance on this fund if it's achieving whatever outlying goal is for the fund? And who will be taking it? Is it your department? Is it Mr. Ward that his shoulders are going to get weighed down by all this work? I'm just wondering who it's going to be.
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, there's a variety of different areas of accountability there. The boards will be, of course, as we had mentioned earlier, responsible to prepare and submit budgets. So that's a monetary component. But what's that for? Those would have to be put together with management plans, move forward. We have already put in place key performance indicators for what that means, whether it be jobs, whether it be planting, whether it be whatever they're coming forward, there will be a metric associated with that would indicate whether it succeeds or fails. And of course, the marketing boards would be working with the Forest Products Commission, which also falls under the purvey of the Ministry of Natural Resources. And all of that board projection plans that are formulated to create the budget and put forward are approved at a ministerial level every year. And an annual report.
Thank you. On a more specific level, private woodlot owners will be able to apply for various reasons. What kind of criteria will be in place to evaluate the requests? And as usual, I mean, more choices will have to be made, probably more demand than there is supply. So what kind of criteria, will that be public? Will we be able to see how it will be evaluated?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, absolutely, it'll be transparent, it'll be public. In fact, as part of the framework of what we're doing, we're putting together and have been working with boards to talk about the creation of registered woodlots that would fall under the umbrella of this program. And as a result, that would be framed up and it would be transparent, where you would see what a registered woodlot would look like, and therefore that would all be done in an open fashion that would be available to see.
Thank you. Through the chair, just so I avoid any confusion, the marketing boards are going to apply through the fund, but the private woodlot owners can also have projects. Will they go through the marketing boards to apply for their projects based on the budget that the marketing boards have, or will they go directly to your department who will manage the fund and get the criteria? And if it is the marketing boards, will they have all the same criteria? Will they all have the same objectives and goals, or will they be up to, it'll be more of a regional approach based on their own needs and their own ambitions, if you want?
Mr. Chair, the member opposite, there are regional variances, of course, but consistency is very important. And the budget that's being put together by the marketing board will be a result of the private woodlot owners that they have worked with and had come up with these plans. And when they take into consideration the, we'll call it forestry management plans for those that fall within their region, that will be collected, that'll become a budget, that'll be fed through the boards to government for the purpose of approval. But like I said, notwithstanding some regional nuances, we certainly want to make sure that those investments, that the direction, that silviculture planting is consistent, conservation work is consistent, that we're all kind of rowing from the same direction in the boat. We do want to ensure, because one of the things that we want to accomplish is ensuring that we have one direction that we're moving in, and that consistency, because when we first started having this conversation 4 years ago, Crown land, of course with regional nuances to different fiber and different species and different volumes, like those variances are there, but the approach on Crown land and its management as it relates to industry was very consistent. And one of the things that I'd spoke about was the fact that the private sector at that time 4 years ago, when we had the conversations, there were inconsistencies all over the place, which consistency leads to greater strength. And so we've worked very hard to make sure that in the different regions where the boards exist, that a consistent message is going out, notwithstanding and taking into consideration, yes, there certainly would be some regional differences, but that consistency is very important, and that budget will be created by consultation with the boards and the private woodlot owners.
Thank you. Through the chair, and in the process of establishing those budgets, will your department ensure that there is proper regional, equity in the allotment of funds, to make sure that we're not, because obviously different marketing boards are at different stages of where they're at in preparedness and readiness, that all the funds wouldn't end up always where in certain areas as opposed to others?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, I mean, the short answer on that is yes. This is meant to be like I said, a consistent and equitable fund that's distributed. What we will ensure is that the message, there's accountability there with the boards as well, because the more work they do to register the most amount of woodlot owners they can, and do the most work to resource and educate them so that they are putting these plans together that shows value on these private woodlots, well, that's going to be what delivers the results. So, there's from our perspective, yes, fair and equitable and regionally balanced is of course the goal, and working in conjunction with the boards will ensure that they are accountable too, to make sure that the work's being done at that level, so that they are taking full advantage of any private woodlot owner that wants to put together plans and benefit from this investment.
Through the chair, what kind of reporting is going to be put in place on this fund? Where are we going to be able to see the results and measure it out? Public accounts, departments, on the site, on some of the marketing board sites, where are we going to be able to measure how this is being done?
Mr. Chair, the member opposite, a couple of levels there. They of course the boards will be putting annual reports together for the department, and that will be collected and compiled and become part of our annual report as the Department of Natural Resources. So there will be an annualized account for what takes place.
Thank you, through the chair. Just one last question. Is this bill tied to any additional reforms to private woodlot systems, including any kind of changes to the structure of the marketing boards?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, changes to board structure is not tied to this act. We are and have been continually working to ensure that we have that consistency amongst the boards, notwithstanding, certain differences in different areas. But, I've had great conversations with boards, and quite frankly, the conversations have been about how that conversation with government hasn't been very forthcoming. And it's been difficult for them to talk about the system. And we feel like we've laid it open more than has been done in a significant long time. And like I said, I've never claimed to have perfection with it. But what we've done is we've said, what is working, what areas need improvement, what can we do better, and then what can the boards do better, and how can we work together to ensure that that private woodlot system is firing on all cylinders, that's invested in properly, and will produce results for them. So that's what we feel like we've put together here, but there's no connection or tie to changes of board structure to this act here.
Mr. Chair, thank you. That's a premise to something to come, I would say. I would like to thank the minister and his staff. Always a pleasure to see you gentlemen here, and look forward to seeing you again. Thank you.
Yeah. Any further questions? Member from Fredericton South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I want to start with questions around existing silvicultural funding, and maybe it was answered, but really not in the detail I was looking for. So how much does the department, out of its annual budget, spend on private woodlot silviculture?
Mr. Chair, the member opposite, $5 million.
So will that $5 million from general revenue continue into the future as part of a contribution to the sustainability fund?
Mr. Chair, that existing $5 million will continue. It is separate and apart from this fund.
Through you, Mr. Chair, is there a reason to keep it separate and apart rather than just transferring into the fund on an annual basis?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, you've got an existing fund of $5 million plus a fund that's set to have a minimum of $10 million going into it. Perhaps the conversation could be around why or why not, but we've got that existing fund that's in the existing system. More regulations would have to be changed to change that and move it into this. So we've gone forward with what is actually going to be taking the existing and adding to it in the most streamlined fashion as possible.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm wondering then, will there be different criteria or objectives or constraints with the expenditure of the monies put into this new sustainability fund versus the current silvicultural funding that the department budgets for on an annual basis?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, it will be. There will be some nuances that are different, and we were talking about that with the other members' questions about how, silviculture is perceived in large form as the planting of trees. But we want to broaden the definition of that because when you're dealing with private woodlot owners, not every private woodlot owner is created equal. The member opposite and I have had conversations about this at length about folks that have different outcomes or desired outcomes from their private woodlot. So we had said earlier where there are third-party organizations like the Nature Conservancy, Nature Trust, federal government components. In addition to just simply the planting of trees, we want to find ways, and we are seeking input from boards as well as the above-mentioned folks, as to how we can create value through a variety of different silviculture means. So it will be different than the typical $5 million that we had invested into the silviculture program before. But I would argue better because it's going to be diverse, and we're receptive to and open to hearing about investments that can create value in a number of different terms, conservation included.
I'm trying to get my head around this, and you can have essentially two silvicultural funds, two pots of silvicultural money. Say I'm a woodlot owner and I am a woodlot owner. You don't have to say it. I am a woodlot owner. So say I'm, so then I've got two pots of money to look at. And is it going to be the situation where in some cases one pot of money I may be eligible for given my objectives on my woodlot, where I might not be eligible for funding from the other pot of silvicultural money? Is that a reasonable scenario in the way this is getting set up?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, appreciate that question. What we have to do is just step back and have a look at that. The existing silviculture program, well, first, it's a different budget than what this one is, and it's more narrowly prescribed as well. The whole goal behind this is that we can turn this fund into a more diverse opportunity, fire protection, conservation, planting if need be. So I'm not necessarily sure if I'm understanding where the member opposite is going, but they're not all silviculture is created equal. That existing silviculture fund will exist in the way it's done. This has a more broader version and more opportunities or more diversity attached to it to allow private woodlot owners who may not all come from the same prescription in their mind have an opportunity to benefit from that fund.
So let's take a concrete example then, because I see that, well, let me ask this question actually first, that, hold on, that the minister, in the Act it says the Minister of Natural Resources and Energy must certify the costs incurred to undertake the actions presented. So does that mean the minister is going to be the decision maker in terms of what kind of silvicultural interventions are funded and what kind of silvicultural interventions are not?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, I guess the best way to explain it is we are going to have a list of processes or projects or like we do right now. I mean, if you're on private land and that $5 million, if you're going to plant X amount of area, here's $1,000. If you're going to thin, here's $500. So we have a way to allocate that now. The only difference is that we'll have a metric in place for a broader or more diverse form of items on that menu that would qualify for the fund, and we'll have an associated payment that would be connected to whatever that method of silviculture for the new fund. The silviculture part, the planting, the stuff we're doing there now, I mean, that doesn't change. We're just going to add different practices to it and then attach dollar values to it that are approved practices and then funded and fed that way.
If a woodlot owner was looking to do an improvement cut to favor greater regeneration of red spruce and improve the quality of the red spruce, hopefully on the land base, because they're aiming for, a product that ultimately is going to be saw log, or maybe even, say saw log instead of stud wood. So they're not in such a hurry to sell the wood, the quality wood there. They're trying to improve the value, maybe improve the diversity at the same time in their woodlot to try and bring up some of the minor species that are minorly represented in their woodlot, that they feel would be good to see greater representation of those species in the woodlot. All that can be done by the way you cut. So is that kind of silvicultural intervention, which is connected to the harvesting prescriptions you might be applying, would that be eligible for this silvicultural funding?
Eligible today and forward into the future, Mr. Chair, to the member opposite.
Mr. Chair, why I'm asking these funding and why I'm asking for funding, which I'm not. Why I'm asking for these questions is, you know, the industry is on side with this. The minister says because they see the benefit to them, but the obvious questions then are around, well, what if there are woodlot owners who are doing just what I said, that they're managing in a different way for different objectives than maximizing for the volume of for a large volume production of spruce and fir for studwood. So that's not right. If that's what the industry is looking for, why would they be crazy about seeing money, this extra money on the royalties, adjustment of the royalties, go to silvicultural interventions that are not going to increase the volume of spruce and fir to meet their needs at their studwood mills?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, I mean, there is the statement about it being about increased value over time. So there's that. Tree that's going to be cut tomorrow is a tree that's going to be necessary for industry. But at the end of the day, I mean, industry is certainly going to want to see an investment in private land that means there's more wood fiber. But this is broader than just that. It was about, understand that this is called Private Woodlot Sustainability Act because at the root of that is the private woodlot owner. And I appreciate the fact that industry understands that investment in certain areas to resource and educate private woodlot owners could lead to an increased yield for them. But the private woodlot owner was always at the base level of this, and their desire to have a prescription of some sort, whether it be to build wood fiber or to build conservation values on their land, is what we're looking for. You know, there's multiple end uses that we've heard that private woodlot owners want to have, and as a result, we've created through this act the fund that will funnel the money into that. And I mean, I value we all understand the value of the forestry industry here in the province of New Brunswick, but we can't lose sight of the fact that the true benefit of this is to go to the private woodlot owner, and those values could include, but are not limited to, higher yields for private higher yields for wood volume. And after spending 4 years talking to private woodlot owners that really want to know what's available to them and what options are available to them as it relates to wood fiber, but beyond that, I mean, that's one of the real reasons where we decided that we needed to put something together that helped them, helped the boards, helped equip and resource these private woodlot owners that say, hey, help me figure out what I can do with my woodlot. Maybe it's cutting the trees down, maybe it's sustained and long-term higher yield on larger trees, or maybe it's creating carbon sinks, or maybe it's creating different forms of cutting that could promote diversity a little bit more. At the end of the day, there'll be a menu of approved items that we'll fund, but it's up to the private woodlot owner who now have a fund that they can access and resources they can access through their boards to help better educate them and provide more value as it relates to their land, no matter what that end use is.
So that does get to the specific question, Mr. Chair, which is who's going to be in charge of determining what's in that menu of things that will be funded and what's out?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, the goal here is that this is going to provide confidence to the industry for a variety of different options. Right now, you know, clear cutting might be the only option that I consider available to me as it comes forward with a prescription for my land. But the menu, we're going to rely very heavily on the boards in conjunction with the landowners. And I've talked with the marketing boards a lot about the fact of, you know, there's almost a redefinition of the work involved here, because it involves getting to the point of going to these landowners and saying, what are you thinking? What are you looking for? And then you will see, and that consistency of boards throughout the province will then create a larger basket of provincial usage. And say you want to buy a harvester to do commercial thinning, and you start realizing that now there's a fund that's going to go back into private woodlots that want to do that. So that's going to create confidence in potential new people coming into that industry, because they know that the private woodlots are going to be funded, and there's X amount of those, I don't know how you define it, X amount of private woodlots that have taken advantage of this funding, and they're investing it in a prescription that's going to lead to commercial thinning. Then people may feel confidence in buying the machinery and getting out and work there because it's sustainably funded, and that's going to be available to them. Again, it's about the diversity, because for far too long, a private woodlot owner had a very simple prescription available to them: let it grow and leave it, or cutting that they may not have been that interested in. But now we're going to be creating more revenue and funds to invest in a variety of different things. So the boards are going to be heavily involved in that. The boards are going to be talking to private woodlot owners and then reflecting back to us what they want to see funded in this, as far as a variety of different pursuits that are going to be. We don't have that menu put together yet, but like I said, we're going to rely heavily on our boards to be able to bring us that feedback so that we can entrench those categories into what we're going to fund.
Okay. I guess, there has been challenges for the existing silvicultural funding, that's for sure. If you're doing an improvement cut in your woodlot, what you're mostly taking out is low-value trees. And if you're not doing it yourself and you're working with a contractor, well, you've got to have a pretty special contractor who's going to be willing to do that, unless that cutting as an improvement cut is seen as a silvicultural intervention by the minister in this fund. And then there would be some kind of an adjustment, silvicultural adjustment to that cutting regime to improve that woodlot.
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, I guess to simply answer that, within the $5 million, that improvement cut, the $5 million of silviculture dollars, improvement cuts are considered qualified for investment in that right now and will be into the future. We're seeing more demand or requests for that, and this fund will create more revenue that allows us to do just that.
So another piece I'm wondering about would be, I worked with 2 different contractors on our woodlot, and both of them, were great in terms of being able to make income they were looking for their work, but at the same time abiding by the plan I had for improving my woodlot. But that went out the window in a sense when, first time through, we were able to sell quite a bit of wood for studwood. Third time through for quite a bit of studwood. Third time through, that same wood was no longer being purchased for studwood; it's being purchased for pulpwood, at least ostensibly, couldn't get anywhere on pulpwood prices to do the kind of improvement cutting in the woodlot because, well, you know, the return on that is so poor. So, so that's why I raised that. But let me ask again on the silvicultural side. So, on the side of increasing the value of the woodlot, increasing the diversity of the woodlot, increasing habitat, where there are species that are clearly absent in the woodlot, which may have originally been there. I mean, my woodlot, you know, it had a. I'm familiar with the history going back probably 100 years on it, and you know, it went through some phases where it wasn't treated very well. But it was clear that certain species which were, you know, not very numerous, well represented anymore in the woodlot were more common in the past. So I'm thinking of hardwoods, particularly some tolerant hardwoods. So if a woodlot owner wanted to plant tolerant hardwoods in their woodlot to try and bring back, so we're assuming that the habitat is correct, that's what was on the landscape in the past, and there's still some examples left, but not sufficient to provide the seed source you need. So to work with that, so you need to plant. Would this fund cover hardwood planting in the woodlot?
Mr. Chair, the member opposite, actually it's an exciting concept, and yeah, absolutely. It is incredibly difficult to grow hardwood seedlings. It's more complicated, but right now at our nursery in Kingsclear, we're embarked upon a project to do just that, and yes, the short answer is yes.
Yeah, I know how hard it is to grow hardwood seedlings, for sure. There's lots of things stacked against that, but it can be done, and with the appropriate supports, it could be successful. Which gets me to the related question, in some sense, you know, with a rapidly changing climate, our forestry scientists have been looking at, you know, what kind of species composition are we looking at in the future with changing temperatures and changes in seasonality, changes in water availability, the problems with the freeze-thaw cycle, the way it's going in the wintertime now. So there are certain species that are winners under that regime, some that are neutral, it won't matter one way or the other, and some that are going to be losers. So someone who's trying to take the long-term view for their woodlot, they've got kids and grandkids particularly that they think will take that over from them in the future. Then they may be thinking about, well, maybe I need to try and shift things in the woodlot over time so that I've got the winners in the ground, on the landscape, in the woodlot for the long term. So, you know, that which would make it look quite different than probably it is today in terms of species composition. So what about that? What if the objectives are partly influenced by a desire to move the species composition towards something that will be more hardy in the climate future?
Mr. Chair, the member opposite, absolutely. I mean, you know, educating landowners about climate change, species resiliency, you know, that conversation is not taking place right now. So we've got to ensure that, and that will be included in this, and part of that education and resourcing of the private woodlot owner would be to have that conversation. I mean, I've got a woodlot as well, and I'm thinking in terms of where do I go with that? And I don't have the subject matter expertise to do it, and I'm sure there's people like myself that we want to ensure that those boards have that conversation, say, essentially, you know, what do you want? What would you like to see on your woodlot? And knowing what climate change impacts we'll have over, you know, 50, 100, 150 years, if people are looking at sustainably into the future, we're excited about being able to educate and resource them in that fashion so that we can make those investments. And I'm looking forward to those certainly qualifying and be investments that we make so that long after I'm gone, people will be realizing those benefits from their land.
That still hopefully will happen. I can walk through my great-grandfather's woodlot and see the state it's in today, some of which is a result of what he did a long time ago, for good or for bad. And here in New Brunswick, we do still have that kind of consistency through generations. Less so, perhaps, when it comes to woodlots in New Brunswick today, but it still exists. So I think that's important. So with this adjustment, is it called an adjustment? What are you calling the little extra fee on royalties?
Mr. Chair, the member opposite, I guess the official term would be an upward adjustment on the royalty rates for groundland timber.
So given the upward adjustment on royalties that have recently been increased, is there a quid pro quo here with the licensees? Has there been some kind of something that's coming for them to ensure that they would be supportive of this upward adjustment on the royalties?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, yeah, it would be no secret to say that folks were surprised with what we did this spring as it relates to the change in royalties. What industry will have, and I guess whether it be industry or any involvement in the industry, consistency and predictability is important, and that's what will be put in place with this sustainability fund. So the industry will know what the triggers are, where things are going, and it will be predictable. And that's, I guess, one of the biggest advantages is that going forward, there will be a trajectory and it will be clearly mapped out.
Clarify through you, Mr. Chair, what the minister is saying is this will enable industry to know what kind of volume of spruce fir they could expect to come off the woodlot sector into the future. Is that what you're talking about?
Mr. Chair, the member opposite, I just want to clarify, this doesn't link wood volumes at all. What it does is a byproduct of consistent funding into the private woodlot sector will, of course, allow for more predictability going forward for wood volume, but this act change doesn't tie wood volumes to anything, or it doesn't have indicators about what that increased wood volume will be. Like I said, I mean, it'll be a byproduct. There will be an increased wood volume if we do better education and we do better resourcing and silviculture investments are made, but it's not tied to this bill.
So, Mr. Chair, then the expectation is right now the department can effectively model expected production from crown lands for spruce fir and can model the same from the industrial freehold lands, but can't from the woodlots. So what I heard the minister say was they're not expecting to be able to do that from the woodlot sector with this, or did I mishear? And is he expecting that they will be able to model soft spruce fir production off woodlots, I mean as a conglomerate, not off individual woodlots, into the future?
To the member opposite. As I had said, there's nothing in this act that's tying private woodlots to volume. But one of the things that when I first took the job, I said, well, on Crown land, I can tell you by volume, by species, by geography, what we have as far as the wood basket goes, and industrial freehold very similar, and that wasn't there in the private woodlot sector. So we manage the scope of the Crown lands across the entire forest, according to all those, and not just spruce, fir, or pine to a lesser degree, all species. And the hope is, and this is one of the things that I've said when talking to private woodlot owners, imagine a day when we can actually have the resources to be able to put some predictions together as to what that wood basket is consistently across the entire scope of the private woodlot sector. It's not tied to this, but a byproduct will be investments of that nature with woodlots boards working with their private woodlot owners is a much more fleshed out idea and understanding of what that would AAC would be, for lack of a better word. Not tied to this bill, but it's going to be an eventual byproduct, and that's our hope.
I think, I wanted to ask about this. So with the uses of the fund, it also says this would enhance fire and pest protection, not trying to produce pests, on private woodlots. So what actually does that mean? How would this fund enhance either of those things? I mean, right now, we've got FPL, does fire protection. How is this going to make any difference to fire protection? For that matter, on pest protection, something wrong with that grammar, I know, pest protection. Anyway, if there's an outbreak of whatever, woodlot owners can have, BT sprayed on it.
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, the education piece is going to be key to this. When we look at the pest control component to it, more sampling, more abilities to get on these private woodlots and do on-the-ground examinations so that can be fed into our machines so that we know that the overall strategy we have for pest protection is better resourced and educated. A significant number of the fires are on private land, which of course, like you had indicated, FPL is responsible to take care of. But we can go on to private woodlots and we'll resource I use education as a word, it's almost too broad of a word, but what's on a private woodlot that makes it more sustainable for fire, and how can we invest in ensuring that we remove those risks, et cetera, et cetera. So it's in conjunction with and combination with, of course, FPL has the overall job of those two things, but we can put resources on the ground to help in the prevention and or feedback and information on the pest protection and finding out where there may be risks and help mitigate those from fire protection.
So, Mr. Chair, along the same lines then, who actually is going to do this particular work of, say, evaluating the the woodlot susceptibility to fire, or some stands in it. You know, in my woodlot, I can think of a stand where there's quite a bit of fuel on the ground, and other stands where, you know, I can't imagine there'd be any fire risk whatsoever because of the nature of that stand and the grounds around it and the water around it. So anyway, who actually would go and do this work the minister is speaking about?
Well, Mr. Chair, the member opposite, one of the plans here is that this will enhance, strengthen, and put more boots on the ground from the marketing board perspective as well.
Okay, so some of this, the money in this fund would enable the marketing boards to hire staff. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, the member opposite, absolutely, it'll be a requirement.
Okay, so clearly then, when it says in the bill that the things the fund can be used for, it says support additional silvicultural activities, engage private woodlot owners in developing management plans, support the development and completion of management plans by providing training, educational materials, and so on, and enhance fire and pest protection of private woodlot owners. So what I don't see in the list is to improve the capacity of the marketing boards to deliver these services.
Mr. Chair, the member opposite, the end results that are talked about that you go through the list, that work will be done by the marketing board. So when you talk about, say, silviculture, and you're talking about a seedling, okay, for example, that's a direct cost associated with it. But there's cost associated with the resourcing and education, and that's going to be done by the marketing board. So therefore, in order to accomplish that, those funds will have to go, a portion of those funds will have to go to ensuring that the marketing boards are funded accordingly, because the department's not going to do it, and that revenue will be created from the the upward adjustment on timber royalties. So ergo, the marketing boards will be the ones that do that work, and therefore the funds will be directed to ensure that that takes place, because they're going to be bringing us back the plans and the budgets, and that will be all inclusive of that we will approve at that time.
Okay, so the fact that some of this fund would be used to build capacity of the marketing boards is implicit, is implied here, I guess is what the minister is saying. I see in the bill there's no exclusion of it, but yeah, it's always nice in legislation to be explicit, so that some, you know, another minister who wasn't involved in the drafting of the bill comes along and says, well, and nowhere here does it say that these funds can be used to hire staff, and marketing boards say, well, it's implied. Well, maybe the last minister thought it was implied, but I don't see it here at all. So no, you can't use that fund for that purpose. You see the problem. Do you see the problem?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, interesting observation from the member opposite, but that'd be no different than the existing silviculture program. There's no, like the marketing boards are charged with and execute the process of ensuring that those funds reach the ground, and there's no explicit direction that that it's done that way, and as a result, this is mirroring that that same methodology. So. Yes, as you said, that you know the implication is there, but we've got nobody, like, if not the marketing boards, who, you know, would be doing it, and then therefore we'd have a pot of money that's gathering, and if somebody refused to allocate it through the marketing boards, I mean, you're not going to see it done through the department. So it's worked with the silviculture funding to private woodlots that we do now, and the same structure and framework is applied here with this.
And I think my understanding from the previous questioning is that the fund will be fully in place for the new fiscal year on April 1st. Is that true?
Indeed.
And does the minister, Mr. Chair, anticipate specific regulations being completed by April 1st, or does he need any regulations to be in place by April 1st?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, absolutely. We plan on having regulations fleshed out and associated with it with the implementation of April 1st.
Okay, Mr. Chair, those are my questions. I want to thank the minister and his staff for their rapid replies. It's nice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Recognize the member from Campbellton, Dalhousie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know that we had a substantial amount of questions asked before, and sort of looking forward to getting a little bit more clarification on that. And one of the areas that I did mention in second reading was the impact on the softwood lumber agreements. And I'm just wondering if the minister and his officials have taken that into consideration, what the impact of the softwood, what this would have on the softwood lumber agreements, and if there is any impact, is it positive, negative? Could you give us a little roundabout explanation? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, before I answer that question, I did want to make a mention on the record that the member from Fredericton South and I have had a number of conversations about this. He's a private woodlot owner. I've spent my life in the woods, so his questions were of a very thoughtful nature, and very much appreciated that. I'm quite confident and looking forward to a similar menu of questions from the member opposite. But as it relates to the softwood lumber issue for export, we work hand in glove with the Department of Intergovernmental Affairs, have continued to do so, and throughout that entire process we have ensured that they have served as the guide as it relates to putting anything together. So softwood lumber issues, we have deferred exclusively to our colleagues at Intergovernmental Affairs.
Okay, there have been, Mr. Chair, a number of questions regarding the fund, and that seems to be the big item on that's very noticeable and in the public domain there. I'm just wondering, under the guidelines on the Private Woodlot Sustainability Fund, Section 2.2, the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board shall be the custodian of the fund, and the fund shall be held in trust by the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board. Just wondering if other options were looked at in formation of this, and whether other options were even proposed by the private woodlot owners, and are they satisfied that the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board are the actual custodians, and why was there another type of option available?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, it's important for the clarification that the Minister of Natural Resources is responsible for this fund. That's a perfunctory component in there where the Minister of Finance, whether it be the Environmental Trust Fund, the Climate Change Fund, Private Woodlot Sustainability Fund, that's a funnel with which all funds are fed back to and accountable to the Minister of Finance, just simply because of the role of the Minister of Finance. But the Minister of Natural Resources is the one that's accountable and responsible for this fund.
Thank you, Chair. When you say that, the thing that sort of interests me is whether the minister is solely responsible, or is it, you're talking about regulations, and you're talking about Lieutenant Governor and Council making the regulations. That's the full cabinet. So what is it? Is it, it's not the finance minister, and it's not the Treasury Board. Now it's the Natural Resources that says they're going to make the regulations, or is it the cabinet? Could you explain that process a little more, please? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, I mean, of course, this is a bill that's on the floor of the legislature, so it would have gone through the cabinet procedure to get to this point. Once it's approved, it's put together. The Minister of Finance component is similar to any bill or act that would have a financial component to it. Beyond there, the Minister of Natural Resources is responsible for this bill or this budget, But it's important for us to talk about, and we talked about it a little bit before, the marketing boards are a key component to this because, yes, indeed, the Minister of Natural Resources of the day approves the budget, but that budget is provided by the marketing boards, and their input will be crucial to ensuring that a fully fleshed out budget comes forward that meets the objectives of the Private Woodlot Sustainability Fund. So it's not any one minister that would be responsible for, the Minister of Natural Resources would be approving the budget, but a whole host and a collection of people from the marketing boards who are connected to the private woodlot owners. There's over 40,000 of them in the province. So, I mean, we're excited about that interaction that the private woodlot marketing boards are going to have with private woodlot owners that now have an opportunity that didn't exist before to be able to find diverse ways to invest in their private woodlots and meet a number of objectives.
Thank you, Minister, through you, Chair. But just as a follow-up, I guess I will maybe explain it in a little more detail. It seems that, you know, what the Minister answered was in preparation of this bill. I'm talking about if this bill should happen to pass, which the odds are that it will. I'm talking about regulations to come, talking about the need for regulations, and there's certainly a need. And as in most bills, the Lieutenant Governor and Council, which is the Cabinet, basically a glorified term for the Cabinet, makes the regulations. Will the regulations be the Minister's regulations, or will they be full Cabinet? Like, I'm just wondering if you could explain the process of developing those regulations.
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, a couple of components to that. Regulations within the bill would be, of course, Lieutenant Governor and Council approval, full Cabinet. From there, as we had said, I can't remember what question it was, this bill, once approved, will be implemented on April the 1st, and we expect and plan to have all the regulations associated with it achieve that approval by the time we go live with the bill on April the 1st, 2023.
The other question I have with regards to the regulations, have the regulations been made yet? Have they been proposed yet? Are they yet to come? And if so, when or where, or what's the next step with regards to regulations?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, those are being worked on full-time now in conjunction with the sector. All folks that are connected to this bill, as far as stakeholders, et cetera, are involved in working with our department now. We're putting that together, and we plan on being midwinter, being able to put that together to seek approval on the regulation side so that we can indeed meet timelines of April the 1st.
Thank you, Minister, through the chair. So basically, what I'm hearing is that there is consultation with the stakeholders on the regulations. And the question I have for you is, I should know the answer, but I'm just going to ask you anyway. It's with regards to the regulations again, and it says here that the Cabinet can, respecting any other matter that may be necessary for the proper administration of this Act, create regulations. So, to me, that's sort of like a blank check to Cabinet. Make any regulations you want and just say, we're going to say that it's needed because we have to administer the Act properly and we're having some problems in this area. And you just said we're consulting on these regulations that we're proposing. Will you consult on those regulations that need to be brought in as the bill progresses? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, that's an administrative component that's in just about every act that you're going to see that comes before the legislature. But we didn't come this far and consult as hard as we have done. And quite literally, I mean, my staff will affirm that there is thousands of hours put in this in consultation to get to this point. We know that it was a long and arduous process to get to this point. It's one that we found a lot more cohesion as we started to come to the point of putting something together that was actually framing up into something that was going to be a benefit. Quite frankly, whether it was, you putting it together, me putting it together, or another government putting it together. This is an idea that's time has come, and it's a result of significant consultation. So I'm quite confident that we didn't arrive at this point and are committed to consultation in the regulations going forward, that we would abandon that process. I feel like we've enhanced and built and entrenched relationships that didn't even exist before. So I can speak confidently about the fact that that consultation process has thousands of hours under it now, and it will continue.
Thank you, Minister, through the chair, and I appreciate your answer and the transparency, apparently, that you're looking at the bill and that you feel confident that the bill would move ahead. And I just want to make sure that you understand that clarity is important. And I agree with the Minister that the time has come to move ahead with this type of project, bill, law that will become a law. The point I'd like to make, though, is let's get it right the first time. So if we can clarify some things, maybe in the questions that my colleagues have asked ourselves, and the Minister says, aha, there may be an area there that we could pursue a little further. We're only in committee. We haven't, we still can come back to the House. We still can make an amendments here, and the Minister, I'm sure, would have some support here to make some amendments as we go. The other thing on the fund, and since it's the one that, as I started out my questioning, mentioned that the fund seems to be the predominant area of focus, and it is with my ideas as well. Are there any administration fees to administer the fund? Is there, like, you're collecting funds and putting it into a fund? There's going to be a total amount, and I believe it's 10 million plus 5 million. 10 plus 5 is the fund, totally, give or take. Is there an administration fee taken out by the government to pay for the operation of this fund?
The member opposite, no.
Thank you. The other question I have with regards to the fund basically is a collection from royalties, or what we call stumpage fees. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, this is an upward adjustment to existing royalty fees based on a number of different factors.
But it has, when you say royalty fees, the common layperson like me would call that stumpage fees?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, notwithstanding the sensitivity to the nuances of that, yes, the average person, if you were sitting in a coffee shop, if you talk about stumpage fees, that's Crown land timber royalties. This is an upward adjustment. The royalties exist. Based on the fair market value, the royalties exist, and this is an upward adjustment based on commodity values.
And the upward adjustment would be based on whatever the stumpage fee is at that time. Based on that, it would be an upward value added to that?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, the upward adjustment would be based on commodity values, which is different than stumpage fees.
Okay, I guess I'm going to need a more clear explanation. I'll rely on your officials to brief me at a later date. I appreciated the briefing I had the other day on the bill, although, we only had half an hour or so, and it's kind of hard to get into some details. These are some of the details I would have asked at that time. So I'm just wondering, when you talk about market value and whatever, if there's a bad year and the market is, the values are down and whatever, will that impact the fund and in a negative way?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, there will be base levels in here to ensure that that is always receiving funds on an annual basis. The key behind this is the sustainability. It's called the Private Woodlot Sustainability Act. And we will have base levels in place to ensure that there is a level of funding that always goes into this. Mr. Chair, to member opposite, Base level is one thing, and we're looking at, like, we want to make sure that there's a base level of $10 million going into this on an annual basis. But notwithstanding changes in the marketplace, we look forward to times when commodity prices are higher, which ensures that, you know, the industry is experiencing high values, but that upward adjustment will be tied to that. So in those years, we'll be putting more resources, more revenue in place. So the whole idea here is that, you know, bad years won't change the fact that there's a base level going into it, but it's exciting to think about in times when commodities go up that private woodlots are actually going to benefit from that, because one of the criticisms that we've had is when commodity values are so high and the industry is, or producers are the one that benefit, but the private woodlots don't. Now we've put together in place something that ensures the sharing of that, and a private woodlot owner that was previously exempt or excluded from benefiting from that will now have a benefit directly tied to increased and higher commodity prices. So I feel like the thoughtfulness of the staff that went into that, and we said we need to put something together that's sustainable, but also has benefit into the future when markets are good, has put a holistic bill together here that's really well thought out.
Minister, through the chair, obviously. I thank the Minister for that clarity on that and the idea, and I think it's we're on the right track here. I think we want to make sure that the fund is sustainable. It sounds like it will be. What I'm sort of referring to a little bit, I guess, when you talk about royalty fees, there was some stir, I guess, during the summer about royalty fees and the industry, large industry. There was a negative towards the payment of royalty fees. In other words, the government was paying the industry. They paid the royalties, but we were paying them to manage the land, and there was a negative in the overall thing. And I know the Minister knows what I'm talking about. He had mentioned the royalty fees as well, so it's related. So I'm just wondering if he could explain that anomaly. Will it happen again? Can it happen again? Are we protecting ourselves through this?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, that reporting was not true. And I'm willing to take whatever time possible to set the record straight on that. I'm going to give you a little metaphor. I'm going to tell you a little story. You go into the grocery store, cow tongue is available to buy, and it's not a very valuable cut of meat. You can buy a cow tongue. Well, see, delicacy over there, but I can go into the grocery store and buy a cow tongue, not a lot of money. If a farmer was relying on making money off the cow tongue, wouldn't do very well, but he makes it up on the T-bone steak. And overall, that becomes a profitable venture. So there were stories this summer about the tree that was being cut and stumpage rates, and the fact that the province of New Brunswick was actually paying industry for the low value section of the tree, which is not the case. My staff did extensive briefings to explain the fact that we pay management fees to licensees. We haven't charged the full amount that we've been able to charge for a long time. Actually, the truth of the matter is, even on the low-value wood, we still make about 40 cents a cubic meter. Not much. Cow tongue, right? But from that low-value piece down to the stump, we increased stumpage to the point where the province of New Brunswick this year alone generated tens of millions of dollars in extra revenue. So it's disingenuous to say that on a low-value piece of wood, even though we're still making money on it, because the numbers weren't accurate in the reporting, we still were making money, significantly lower than what we're making on the rest. But when you take the aggregate component of that tree, the province of New Brunswick generated tens of millions of dollars worth of additional new revenue from our Crown Timberland royalties. So essentially, if you look at something in isolation, I could probably make a story sound like however I want. But when you look at everything, from the tongue to the T-bone, we're profitable as it relates to the Crown Land timber royalties, and we added tens of millions of dollars this year to the revenue we generated from Crown timber royalties.
Well, I thank the Minister for that explanation, that little story about the farmer and the thing and the cow tongue or whatever, the beef tongue. I should remind him that the farmer in this case should be the government, we and the people of New Brunswick who own the land. And basically, when you talk about royalties, you know, the minister said, and I'm not going to quote him because I don't have a quote in front of me, but time and time again he was asked to raise royalties in his house. I remember. I wasn't critic at the time, but I remember because I always take an interest in that. And he said, no, there's nothing to be gained by that, and this and that, this and that. And now he raised the royalty fees at some point in time in the last year, and all of a sudden there's a report saying that we're actually losing money by we're gaining on the royalties, but some of the land that the industry are cutting on they're getting paid to manage that land. And in some cases, the royalties did not provide. In fact, we were paying them out. We were getting the royalties in and paying them, what, so much more to take care of the land. So we really, we were paying them, is what the report said. Now, the minister has tried to explain that off with a story about farmers and basically I say to him is that maybe he should explain it with regards to woodlot owners and with regards to trees and industry. And, you know, when we talk about the softwood lumber agreement, I think we have to be careful what we do with regards to any type of subsidy to the industry, big industry, with regards to cutting wood and Crown land. And so maybe I'll give the minister another shot at it. I'm sure he's ready, because he said he'd like to take the time to explain it. And I like to hear the explanation too, because I was quite amazed when I read that in the paper, and that was that was in the news for a couple of days, you know, and then they moved on, and that's what the media does. They make a story and then they move on, and then the minister was quick to answer and trying to put out the fires. And I think it's important that if this reoccurs, that we're paying out. Maybe the fund will have to pay out to the industry. Well, you know, the government wouldn't have any money to pay in the fund after a while. So, you know, talk about sustainability of the fund. The sustainability of the fund is relying on royalty fees to a certain extent and above. You're raising it above the royalty fees. So it does. So if the royalty fees, I don't know, are going to drop, or we're paying out, we're getting royalty fees in, or we're paying them out, there's something that's not balancing here for everyone in the circuit. So I'll ask the minister again to give us a proper explanation of that, because I distinctly remember the minister saying that they would not raise royalty stumpage rates and whatever, and other provinces were raising it. And when you look at it, we just raised it now, and I recall that we've asked for that to be raised at least a couple of years ago. And so if we made $10 million or $12 million, as the minister just said, in profits just by raising it for half a year or so, just think of all the millions of dollars that we did not collect. And who collected it? Well, it was a profit for the industry again, because they had low royalty fees to pay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if there was a question in that, but I was entertained significantly by the member opposite, and perhaps he didn't listen to the answer that I gave, because I very specifically said that story was not true, and I backed that up with facts, empirical facts, facts that when that story was reported did not cover. There was wrong information used, wrong numbers used. At the end of the day, even the low value Crown land that was in dispute, by the way, 4% of the entire volume of harvested Crown land, 4%, we still we still make profit on it. The numbers that were reported on were wrong. My department clearly indicated that the management fee was X amount of money, and it was reported to be something completely different. Mr. Chair, I can't control misinformation that's printed, but I can back it up with facts that are verifiable and empirical data. And it's irresponsible, not for us here, because I'm sure that we all want to see the best for all concerned, but it does concern me when potential information that is incorrect forms the narrative. And that is not the case. We make money off the Crown land to begin with. This year's upward adjustment on timber royalties nets tens of millions of dollars more money. So the story that said we pay to harvest wood was uncategorically incorrect. Incorrect in all ways, shapes, and forms. Now, let's go back to a little bit. The member opposite wasn't in, or the member opposite might not have heard the answer to the question that I had answered earlier about stumpage rates and a couple of years ago. If I had done what I was being told to do, pushed to do, and follow Alberta with stumpage rates, we would be in a very, very bad situation today. And we would not have had the creativity of the Department of Natural Resources to come forward with a sustainability fund that is going to do what we plan on doing with it. If we had just arbitrarily raised stumpage rates without tying it to investments in the private woodlot sector, then we would have just created more general revenue for the province of New Brunswick. No, I said that we are not going to follow a pricing model that follows the commodities, because what people didn't talk about was when the stumpage rates in those areas dropped to significantly below where we are here in New Brunswick. I'm sure, Mr. Chair, the member opposite would not have been in favour of me doing what they suggested back then if we had seen the reality of stumpage rates go to the point where we would actually be competing with private woodlot owners. I know the member opposite wouldn't be in favour of that, and I know that hindsight showed the wisdom of what we were doing, and I don't blame the member opposite at the time for saying we need to generate more revenue. I didn't disagree with that. But I didn't agree with moving forward with a model that was going to compromise us, put us at risk, have us competing with private woodlot owners, and ultimately not come forward with the creativity of what we have here today that is going to take the extra and increased income and directly benefit our private woodlot sector. Quite frankly, folks from within the industry have said that this isn't an evolution of the private woodlot sector, it's a revolution in the sector. And as a result, the member opposite raises good questions, and I can't fault him. But I cannot any more equivocally state how wrong the statements were and the reports were about us losing money back at that point. That's not his fault. I don't blame him. And he's the official opposition, and he's going to hold government to account, and I would expect nothing less from the member opposite. But that was absolutely not the case. It was the right course of action to not jump with stumpage rates in a knee-jerk fashion. And I feel like we can all be proud of what we put together here in the form of the Private Woodlot Sustainability Act. So it was very important for me to clarify that, and I will stand on the rooftops and talk about beef tongues or T-bones or whatever method I have to do to explain that there were errors there, and I will correct them at every turn.
Thank you, Minister, and through the chair, obviously. I just want to go back on what the Minister said, and I tend to agree with him that obviously if we would have raised the stumpage rates, there would have been lots of money going into the general revenue. Right? That's what you said. Not exact words, but that's what it would. It would just be raising money for the general revenue. So we didn't raise money for the general revenue. So who profited? All that money that we could have had in the general revenue, and the general revenue then could have been used for the citizens of New Brunswick to promote things. So it's obvious then that the answer would have been that the industry benefited by keeping the stumpage rates low or royalties low. So the other thing is, the minister also said that it wouldn't be like now. Wouldn't be able to be creative, and make this fund. Well, This was 2-3 years ago, this was happening. And the government's been there for 4 years, and what was wrong with, at the time, saying, yeah, that's a good point, we should be raising royalties, but we got to do something, we have to do something with those royalties, not just put it in general revenue. Let's make a fund. And I'm sure there would have been a lot of collaboration, as there is now. And basically, when you start looking at what you've done here, what the sustainability fund, that's good work. And it was done fairly quickly when you think about it, fairly quickly. I don't have all the background on it, but there was a lot of consultation done, and quickly for a bill of this type of bill, it's fairly quick, you know. And by fairly quick, I'm not saying a month or 2 months there. I'm saying a good year of work. And there were probably some preliminary work that was always there by the department, always thinking of those things. And I'm sure there was discussions over the years. So the point that I would like to make is, and the point that is that there was an opportunity to gather more money from industry and then use it, maybe develop this fund earlier. Maybe there could have been a fund developed earlier, or at least have it in general revenue for the government to be used as it wishes to for the people of New Brunswick. So that is the question. It's not a question, just a comment, I guess. So I'm just going to move on. But if the minister does want to, he mentioned about he has the stats and that can prove that this report was wrong and didn't have the right stats, didn't look at the right issues. If he wants to table that with the committee, I would love to see it. And I'm sure others would love to see it, and I would certainly appreciate getting a look at it so that I can clarify my point of view and go from there. So, I'll just go on to another area. I think we've exhausted this somewhat, unless the minister wants to come back. Have we? Okay. So no, unless you want to come back to it, Minister, I'm open to that. But if you want to table some of that information, take it under advisement even, and put it into the committee, it would certainly show your goodwill on this issue and back the statements that you have up. So, yeah. So, the other thing I'd like to ask him, and I wasn't here for all of the committee today, so excuse me if I'm a little asked something, but there is a section here, the assets of the fund may be used for, section 2, subsection 5, support additional silviculture, engage owners of private wood lots in development management plans, those are good, support the development and completion of management plans by providing training, educational materials, and I heard the minister talk about education a while ago, and other support on forestry management to owners of private wood lots, and enhance fire and pest protection on private wood lots. How about the use of glyphosate on lands? Is that something that would fall into a management plan? Or is it pesticides and things of that nature? I know there was some discussion of that when I was in here a while ago, but if the minister could clarify that, because there's a lot of controversy with glyphosate spraying, especially from another portfolio that the minister administers, and I'm just wondering if he could maybe make a comment on that, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, glyphosate use or herbicide use is currently included in the $5 million silviculture fund that we dedicate to the private woodlot sector there now. Would be included as well with future funds through the Private Woodlot Sustainability Act, and it is at the discretion of the private woodlot owner.
Thank you, Minister. That clarifies it quite well, and through the chair. I was just wondering if speaking of glyphosate and pesticides at this point in time, if the department is looking at other jurisdictions maybe, or looking at more research to phase out the use of pesticides, the use of especially glyphosate, as it's a controversial issue. And I'm just wondering if the ministry is looking at that aspect and trying to encourage the phase-out glyphosate in the province of New Brunswick.
Mr. Chair, the member opposite, the Department of Natural Resources is always looking to examine best practices that follow health guidelines and ensure that we obtain the best, most profitable yield, at the same time making sure to adhere to any and all of Health Canada's practices accordingly.
So I guess that we'll just move on to another topic then, since the minister has sort of gave the Mother Earth statement, I guess, that best practices. Right? The thing is, there are other jurisdictions that don't use glyphosate, and it would certainly be an asset. And there's controversy over whether it has unhealthy impacts on individuals and humans, and in certain circumstances anything does, I guess. But with regards to glyphosate, I think we can find a better way of handling some of the issues in our province. On the section 2/5, I go to the next subsection 6. They may be used to pay any operating or capital expenditure related to any measure referred to in subsection 5. Can the minister give us some examples of capital expenditures that would qualify under this fund?
Mr. Chair, the member opposite, that could be a diverse group of or menu. What we're going to rely on is the marketing boards in conjunction with their private woodlot owners. Like this is a collaboration that is very crucial, and the marketing boards, I was talking a little bit earlier about potential to invest in commercial thinning, potential to invest in, we were talking about hardwood seedlings. We were talking about a variety of different means, which will be, it could be conservation efforts, it could be harvesting efforts, it could be planting silviculture. When people think about it, they think of it in terms of planting softwood, growing, cultivating from that. It could be a variety of different things. Landowners are going to be different in what they expect and what they want to see managed from their land base. So we're counting on the marketing boards educating, resourcing, communicating with those private woodlot owners. There's, like I said, about 40,000 in the province of New Brunswick. And then coming back to government. And each of those boards are going to bring us a budget about what they want to see as far as practices as it relates to these funds being invested. And we're looking forward to seeing that, and we're very open to investments of a wide and varied nature when it comes to that.
Thank you, Minister. Through the chair. Just keeping on down in that section, there's subsection 8. It says that the minister may engage the services of an expert to advise the minister on matters relating to the measures referred to in subsection 5. So I assume that he would be authorized then, if you could give me an interpretation of what you would look at. But would you hire outside consultants, or are you using your staff, your expert staff, to look at this?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, equity and fairness is going to be a key component of this, and so we currently do this now. There are consultants that can tell us, based on the prescription that we bring in front of them as far as it relates to silviculture or forestry management, they can look at that, evaluate and examine and come back and say that particular prescription would have a value or a cost associated with it of X amount per hectare. course, you take that and extrapolate it throughout the number of private woodlot owners that are certified, part of this program, and then the marketing board would be able to calculate the different types of prescriptions, what the value for each of them is, and then come forward to the province with a budget to be approved and funded.
So what I gather the minister's saying, they'd use outside independent consultants to sort of, just for transparency, I guess, and to get some fairness in the system. And I think that's appropriate. I'm just wondering now, since the minister in question, according to the act here, according to the proposed bill, would authorize the amount that the consultant would spend, could bill the department, and then the minister, the finance and treasury board would rely on that recommendation of the minister. So I gather that the minister would certify the amount basically that the consultant could charge, and then the minister of finance treasury board would accept the minister's recommendation, and then there'd be a payout. The payout would come from general revenue or from this trust fund, okay, from the trust fund. So maybe get that on the agenda.
Mr. Chair, the member opposite, we're having a conversation and I'm miming my response. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, the fund, the payouts would not come from general revenue. This is creating that fund. And then, of course, once the minister does approve that, Minister of Natural Resources, and then that's paid out through the Sustainability Fund, not general revenue.
Okay, I was, as I mentioned earlier, I wasn't here for all of the questions today, so it would be the administration of the fund, the board that controls that fund, that would make the ultimate decision as to hiring consultants, or would it be the minister that would hire a consultant and then put the information into the board that's running the fund?
Mr. Chair, the member opposite, the consultants would be made available to the boards through our department or them, or but we would ultimately approve the budget that would include the funding for said consultants.
Thank you, Minister, through the chair. So just want to see and make sure my writing is not as good as it used to be. Okay, so that's good for that area. The other question I have is I'm quite impressed with the amount of consultation that the minister has reported to the committee on this bill, and I like what I hear. I'm just wondering what type of role did he envision, or what type of consultation did he have with our First Nations in the province?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, the consultation that we embark upon on Crown land as it relates to our First Nations is one component. What we're doing here is we're creating a fund to reinvest in private woodlot owners. So we've been working with the stakeholders, the private woodlot owners, the landowners, et cetera, et cetera. At the focus of the Department of Natural Resources on consultation with our First Nations is about the area of the land that the Crown has given the minister responsible authority over, and that's Crown land. This particular one, we did our consultation with the stakeholders directly affected.
Thank you, Minister, and through you, Chair, and I recognize that. We're talking about private woodlot owners and the Crown is too distinct, but sometimes when we consult with, I consider our First Nations basically experts when it comes to care of the land and care of Mother Earth, and sometimes they would have a perspective that might assist the overall idea. And we have to get into good solid practice here. The government has to, and all governments. Governments in the past haven't, and this government here has indicated that strained relations between the government and First Nations. And we should get into best practice of any bill that comes before the House. There should be meaningful consultation at all times. Every bill, even if it's the First Nations say, no, it's fine, we don't need consultation on this bill, but at least offer it to them. And I think that's a first step in moving the government closer to First Nations and getting into that. Every bill that comes before this House should have a component of First Nations, and so does it have to do with women's rights and things of that nature. There should be a component to that, an automatic schematic that you make sure that you consult with the right people and what impact it may have. We all know that, that First Nations territory, that this is where we are. We're in their territory. It's unceded, unsurrendered, and that's a fact too. When you start talking about facts and the royalty fees that we talked about and that we were paying back to the industry, well, that's another aspect, and that's debatable. And so the minister is going to hopefully table that document, some of them, to refute what that was said during the summer. But we have to, Minister, through you, Chair, we have to consult First Nations, no matter whether we think that this has nothing to do with them, because they own the land throughout, and they have no, from what I gather, some of the comments that they've made, they have no intention of taking private land away from private citizens. But they do, it's still their land. They may deserve some type of compensation, and certainly Crown land specifically is basically full consultation with that, definitely. I don't know if there's a question there, but the minister may want to make a comment. If he doesn't want to make a comment, I can go on with a question on another topic, though. Okay. Just want to make sure I have my notes here. Okay, the other one, and this I know you've explained already, but I'd like to hear it once more if you don't mind. And it has to do with Section 7.1 and the use of the terms striking out value and replacing it by value plus adjustment. And I think that's what you were explaining even earlier. Just to go over that, just so it's clear in my mind once again.
Mr. Chair, the member opposite, the attempt is going to be to keep it simple. Timber royalty is one thing. What we've done here with this is that we have a fair market value rate, and what will fund the sustainability fund is an upward adjustment to that fair market value based on commodity pricing with a base level to ensure that it continue to be funded every year.
Okay, thank you, Minister. I'd like to also ask the Minister, Mr. Chair, through you, about the bill in general. There was a fair amount of consultations done throughout, and I appreciate what the Minister has shared with us, and I appreciate what the members of his staff have done, because quite often, when you have some departments, sometimes it's the staff that don't want to consult. They convince the minister that's no. And I think it sounds like the staff are on board with full consultations because they want to get it right, and so is the minister. So that's good to see that staff and minister are working together on this. In those consultations, were there any of the stakeholders? What were the sections that they were most worried about? what were the, or preoccupied or concerned about? There must have been some comments that were made, and was there any recommendations that they had that were excluded from the bill that maybe in hindsight, after listening to all the questions here today, ministers say maybe we should add a little amendment here and there? Thank you.
Chair, to the member opposite, this conversation started very shortly after forming government in 2018. As I had said earlier, it was something that was a part of a platform that I had a hand in writing. It was something that I wanted to get my hand on early upon forming government. Quite frankly, as the conversations carried on, stakeholders, as it relates to the private sector, private woodlot sector, a lot of them their concerns were around us, politicians. Quite frankly, we come, we go, we huff, we puff, and nothing's any better as a result of our time there. And so, quite frankly, we took it seriously to the point of saying, well, regardless of the history that led us to here, let's come forward with something that's going to actually have something that is of value. And what they were expressing over and over again was the need to have predictability and confidence. Predictability and confidence had been absent from the system, and so what we said is, and that's one of the reasons why the extensive consultation was embarked upon, because these folks had to feel heard, whereas they felt like they had been disenfranchised and marginalized for way too long. And at the end of the day, we needed to go on a process of rebuilding confidence. From the industry perspective, we had to have conversations with them to talk about how we best create opportunities for them as well and grow opportunities for them. And that we weren't just paying lip service to it, and that we wanted to come out of this with something that was substantive. And that's why I feel like we've put together a program that is going to yield results well into the future, yield results that are going to be beneficial for both industry and rewarding for the private woodlot sector. So I guess the overwhelming feedback that we received was confidence and predictability. And we feel like, overall, we've put together something that has both of those adjectives contained within this bill.
I thank the minister through you, Chair, and I have another question with regards to the silviculture plans, whatever. Does that plan, once the plan is implemented and funded and things are done, does it give the mills authority to set the schedules for cutting on the private woodlot once they enter? Do they enter into agreements? There's been talk, I've heard some people mention that could be a possibility, that the industry, the mills that are buying the wood could decide, hey, we want this lot at this time, or there's a schedule set up, and they would control that schedule. Would the minister care to comment, please?
Mr. Chair, the member opposite, the answer to that question is no.
Okay. I think that basically terminates the questions that I have. So I thank the minister and I thank the staff, not only for the briefing, but for your patience today, because you probably heard some of these questions before, but it was good preparation. It's nothing wrong with getting the same question over again, and sometimes we check for consistency. So we'll go back and double check and make sure, but and again, I repeat, if the minister wants to table documents that we talked about today, that he talked about today, that would prove that was completely wrong, that report, I'm sure, and I'm surprised it hasn't been tabled yet, but I'm sure the members of the government side would appreciate it as much as I would appreciate it. It would be fantastic, and that way we could clear the air once and for all and make sure we cut the right trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, Minister, do you have any quick closing remarks?
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, in the short four-year career I've had here in the legislature, I've had an opportunity to bring a number of bills forward on the table of the legislature. Je suis très fier les actes pour le Private Woodlot Sustainability Fund. I'm very proud of what we've put together here. I feel like this is a bill that'll transcend politics, it'll transcend geography, it'll transcend everything, politics, the whole 9 yards. We put together something here that has been a long time coming and is a progressive realization of worthy ideals that a number of people have had for a long time, and I proudly put my name to it. I want to thank the members opposite, my new critic, my old critic, and my constant critics for coming forward with some tremendous questions here. My future critic potentially sitting over there as well. I mean, it feels like I'm fielding a significant amount of critic training these days for the Liberal Party, and I'll wear that mantle of responsibility with pride. So it goes unsaid that the member opposite talked about consultation. That couldn't have happened without the extreme efforts of my staff. I wouldn't be standing here if it wasn't for what they've put into this and the work that they've done, and there's 1,000 people standing on the shoulders of a very small group of people here in my staff, and I can't say enough about them. As a little footnote, I have information, not as it relates to this bill, but you will absolutely get information from me as it relates to the issues this summer. I will make sure, Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, as my critic, I'd love to get together with you. I'll make an appointment, I'll come see you, and I'll bring you all that information. So thank you very much to everyone. I look forward to your support to put together a revolutionary bill as we vote here.
Thank you very much. We'll just ask staff to step outside and we'll carry on our vote. Is it the pleasure of the committee that Bill number 7, Private Woodlot Sustainability Act, stand as presented, and that I report the bill is agreed to? All those in favor, please say yea. Yea. Against, nay. Carried. So I think what we'll do is adjourn until tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., when we'll bring in finance and review Bill number 2 and Bill 9.